It's campaign and conquest. Let's play TTRPGs done right. War games and gaming with Storm and Magenta tonight. We got a new system best you'll ever see. A paracosmic convergence of this masterpiece. It's got the hit shots of plays every genre so well that you would think it was crafted in the depths of hell. It's campaigns and conquests, the best that there is. War games and gaming with a system that wins. Whether you're a pro or a fighting kid, we've got something better, it's really the shit. Custom worlds, random tables galore, got all the backgrounds and so much more. It's campaigns and conquests, the only true way. War games and gaming, all night and all day. It's campaigns and conquests, better subscribe to the show. War games and gaming, and now you know. It's campaigns and conquests, and we're feeling alright. War games and gaming, we're Storm and Magenta tonight.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Campaigns and Conquests. Tonight, we're going to be talking about mechanics and rules. But I want to make a mention of a special occasion tonight. Today is the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, which was a battle my grandfather actually participated in World War II uh, when he was a young man named Werner fighting for the Yanks. So that was, I'm sure he got some comments from that. But anyway, so thank you guys for joining us. And Storm can kind of give us a brief rundown of that. He knows the military history better than I do. Um, but I did want to welcome everybody to tonight's show. And as always, please feel free to participate in the show. Um, we open it up for people to be able to come up and talk, share your comments and opinions. So please feel free to do that. And as always, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. It's how we grow the channel, keep things going. So we look forward to hearing from you and also from your friends if you want to, send them a link to the show page so that they can participate as well. The more the merrier. So without any further ado, my name is Magenta. I think I forgot to say that part. Sorry. And joining us is Storm, your host. So take it away, Storm.
How's it going tonight, folks? She's been a little ill. Sorry. So we both
Yeah,
have actually. So if we catch on a word, there's been some cold issues.
upper respiratory issues. So much fun, but not COVID, thankfully. So we're good on that score. But yeah, plenty of coughing and sneezing. So that's always fun. But Storm, what do you want to tell us about the Battle of the Bulge? I know you spent quite a bit of time with my grandfather actually talking about the military stuff and and going over the details of that battle. And what do you want to share with everyone about that?
Her uncle told me that he talked to me more than he ever did to any of his kids.
Yeah,
That
about the
was
war
a little
specifically. Yeah,
a little
yeah.
weird, but understandable
Well,
because he's
he recognized a
veterans.
fellow,
Yeah,
veteran. So
right.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So he was 216th and Big Red One, Bravo company. He was wounded in the battle. It was snowing quite a bit that day. He said, and German machine gunner, all white, uh, the white camouflage was up on a rise. He was walking, uh, caught the two of them in machine gun fire. He was with a buddy, and diagonal rip of the machine gun hit him in the upper leg, lower kind of groin area, and I believe in the side, and just kind of cut him across, and killed the other guy next to him. Landed basically on a heap with one another, and was lucky to be found at all. He just happened to be able to let out one last moan when there was a follow-up patrol friendlies in the area, and they heard him. Got his buddy who was dead on top of him, off of him, and brought him into the field hospital. So pretty effing ugly. What a horrible thing. But he made
Was
it.
He did, not only and this part I know for sure, because I did talk to him some about it, although I don't think he got as in depth with me as he did with you because of your veteran status, and I don't think he thought I would, want to hear the gory details. But I do know that they sent him out after he went to the unit to be patched up, and they put the stitches in him and everything. They wrapped him up real good and sent him right back out to fight with stitches and everything. He
Mhm.
had very little convalescent time because there just wasn't that was a brutal war, and everything was on the line, and there was no calling in for sick time if you really didn't need it. So even if you were injured, if you could still fight on, you were fighting on, and he did. And
He had
he
received
did
a
tell me,
yeah, he had received a head wound previously, previous to the battle, and they put him out on patrol with a head wound, and then he gets ripped up from the crotch up with a machine gun. So yeah, that was how it went. But yeah, they took
yeah,
him. He was being still treated for the head wound, and that's where they called him lucky, because it should have gone right through his head, but the bullet diverted, thanks to the helmet. The helmet didn't bounce off the helmet, but it bent and diverted. So they called him Lucky Dave. They called him Dave because calling a guy Werner when you're fighting Crouch didn't make much sense. So, and I guess that was his middle name, David. Was his middle name?
no, no,
Name or something?
last name
Oh, that
Davidson.
right,
So
Davidson. That's why they
right,
gave out him. Funny thing is we go looking for a gift for him, and there's a model put out by Dragon, and it's a private from the Big Red One, circa 1944, and called Lucky Dave, which is we thought, well, shit, this is
I know,
how
right?
how on the nose can this be? He loved it, so unfortunately he lost
Yeah,
it in a fire, but yeah, that
yeah.
was so yeah, that was the deal. They put him out with a bandage on his head from where he had been wounded from that situation. So, which they did with a lot of
Mhm.
guys because they were pressed a little bit when that thing came.
Well, he also had a previous injury, or a close call. I could say that it earned him the name Lucky as well because he had a mortar shell land like right next to him, and it was a dud. So
Yeah,
I mean, it was yeah, that would have because at that range that would have been it
could have
for him.
been.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
wild
but
stuff.
yeah,
So I'll be playing. In fact, I've got it here. I'm starting. So if anybody wants to take a quick, we'll get to the subject. But I just wanted to plug my own little personal project here. Let me see if I can get you to see it here. Dun, dun, dun. Entire screen, I guess. You let me know, Magenta, if you can see this on your screen. Can you see it? No, it's a map. Can't see it.
we can see it.
Okay, just want to make sure my equipment. So this is Wacht am Rhein. It's an old war game from the 70s, and I've begun playing it. I'll be posting about it. I'm encourage anybody to get involved in playing if you want. There's still time to do that, even though it technically has started. Um, I was going to let's turn that off. You got the gist. So there's a couple things about why we're bringing this up. A, I want people to play with me. B, I want people to take a look at it and talk to me about it. And C, I've showing how you can incorporate RPG elements into even old Hex Encounter war games, as I have some RPG elements from it. So if you just want to observe, you'll be observing from the ally perspective. Everything's done double blind with limited information, procedures, and all that sort of thing. It's pretty neat. So I like the war game too. So you can see that on Twitter, and you can also see it. I'll give you a link. Um, I'm putting it on Blogger. I know that's not everybody's favorite, but it's just a place to put it. So I suppose I could put it on
Well,
Substack too.
you got to be on all the social medias, for all they all have
Sure.
their benefits and purposes, and so
Put it on Substack as
always
well.
helpful.
So um, now that we're uh, into it, let's see, anybody? Yeah, there's. I put out a question on uh, the Twitters and other places. I'll just read it for people so we can get into. This is what we're going to talk about. Got some responses from viewers on this question. If Dungeons and Dragons weren't an option, what kinds of mechanics would you most want to see in a new RPG rule set? Please focus on specific features or systems you'd like to see in your ideal game. In other words, I was trying to get people to talk about mechanics and details as opposed to saying, well, if I didn't have D&D, I just played GURPS, which is great, but that's not the alternatives I was looking for necessarily. I was looking for the mechanics alternatives. The reason this come up is because a lot of people were talking about how there's a glutton of BX clones. BX is a version of D&D, and there is I wonder what the total is. I don't have it, but I swear if it was triple digits, I wouldn't be surprised. It's certainly double digits, and it's just starting to become a little bit repetitious. Um, and I wanted to see uh, where people would go if you could move them off of that or out of that rut that is everything's just BX with a couple of different rules added in. So that's where we were going. And to my great uh, surprise and elation, the majority of the responses that I got um, uh, mentioned mechanics that I'm using in the game that I've made, paracosmic convergence. So I'm happy that I have hit the sweet spot for people. Yes, and
I'm
please,
happy about that too. Yes.
right?
Oh, yeah, I did want to call out the invitation I put out there. If you've got any comments that you want to share, if you didn't see the Twitter, X, whatever you call it, I don't even, but whatever you want, come up and just request and we can invite you up. And you don't have to have the camera on. I choose not to do that. In fact, my picture is one of my characters from the OD&D game that we play every Saturday. Well, taking a holiday break, but usually every Sunday. Sorry, got my days mixed up there. But anyway, feel free to request if you want to come on. Um, so one of the things I got some of the notes here for the mechanics that you got comments about. So one of those was the a classless RPG system. Can you describe, Storm, what that is?
Why don't you call me sometime when you have no class? Um, I wanted to play that, um, anticipating this question, but I was afraid copyright and all that. But it's classless is usually means that your character's focusing on skills, and they're not under some umbrella like wizard, where you're all about magic. You're restricted to maybe a dagger or a quarterstaff as far as any type of melee weapon, um, and
Mm,
everything's thematic. You can kind of be more have more variety. The thing about the BX is it frankly D&D, as much as I love it in general, is everything starts to seem the same. You know,
mm,
what's the difference between your thief and my thief? Well, I've got a 35% chance to pick a lock, and you're a level lower, so it's only 30.
right.
You
Hey,
know,
yeah, I did want to call out. We have a request to bring up if you want to invite David up on the mic.
okay. I forgot how to do it after. Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. All right. Do, 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 do. Let's see. I am going to, here's what I'm going to do to get it to you. What if you're listening and you've never done it and you're saying, I'd like to do that, but I don't understand how to do it. What needs to be done is we send you a link now. I'm not just posting that in chat for a very good reason, and that is that there's spam. There's people who like to disrupt. I saw a show where a guy just goes, here's the link to let one guy in, and chaos ensued, and statements were made and things were done that were untoward. So let me just get this to some way. No, you should come on up. Come on up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I understood your comment. I thought you were
Oh,
in requesting. Also, you did post a link. So,
right. I gave up on
uh,
being sly, and I just figured
yeah.
I just let you click it and delete it real fast because.
Sorry, David. I misunderstood what you said. You said you needed to come up, and I thought you meant come up to the mic with some comments on easy mechanics. Sorry.
Oh, he's at the
That's
bar
me
watching.
reading more. Yeah, yeah. That was me reading more into it than was there. Sorry about that. But
All right.
back on track. Then you were talking about and it would be cool to come up with some ship battles that can be a bit different because of the whole, the water keeps. There's no brakes on a ship. You have to treat it. The mechanics are so different. So that would be a bit interesting to come up with a simple way to account for how a ship behaves in water or different water conditions if there's a storm or wind or all kinds of variables there.
Mhm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Um, so anyway, back on track. Let's see here. We were I just thought I'd go through them one at a time, maybe. Might be the best way to do it. The classless system. Yeah. So it just it's a different. It gives you flexibility, a more unique character. Um, just a different way to customize. So um, what we have with like magic, we have different types of magic that you can pursue. So instead of BX where everybody's second level, but maybe you have, a second level wizard has, I think it's offhand, I use charts so I don't have to remember the stuff, but it was what, 9 different spells in ODD or something like that. So what's the difference between me and the other wizard? Well, maybe he chose this spell as opposed to me choosing another spell. And other than that, there's no difference. But in my game, you might be into artificer magic, or you might be into ritual magic, or something like that. And so you can pursue these subgenres that make you just at least a little bit more of a unique magic user than maybe even your another party member or something like that. So, and you can focus on what interests you as opposed to having to fulfill some sort of prerequisite that uh, comes with class. So,
And conversely, too, if you wanted to be a warrior as well as a magic user, that's a possibility as well, right? I mean, you don't have to.
there is some. I mean, there's some limits to it. So you're not some mastermind of everything and all that. And even with the ability to make choices, some choices wouldn't be a good idea. Some mixes wouldn't make sense. But I don't like to put in mechanisms that forbid that. I like to let players come to the conclusion that, well, I decided to study machine gun use and herb lore and realize that my major and my minor really didn't play into each other properly. So, but
Well,
but you
unless you find a way to fire a cactus out of your machine
right,
gun, yeah, or
right. So, um, but there is some limit to it. But yeah, in general, you can just kind of go anywhere you want. So without having some special rule or special character sheet for a multi-classed fighter magic user, you just might be somebody that knows how to swing a sword and throw a fireball, something like that, hmm as an example.
Or you could be like a magical blacksmith,
Sure.
enchant your own swords and stuff.
Yeah, right. Artificer magic is basically that is, a way to work on enchanting
Mm.
weaponry and things like that. So
Oh, a cleric thief. Now there's a combination.
right, and and you could maybe do that, but there are, um, uh, what I do is I let the system um, give DM a lot of authority. If you feel that in your world somebody of a particular faith also being a thief is in direct contrast to that faith, then you may not want to allow that, and that's up to you. So you still have that ability to say, well, so what you would do, in my opinion, in the way I would handle it, and I don't want to start saying there's only one way to handle things as a DM playing my system, but what I would do is I wouldn't make any restrictions on it. I would just, there would be some um, censuring or maybe excommunication from your order if they found out that you were robbing people, you know.
Right.
But it all
Some
depends
of
on the
those
story you want to
mixes,
tell. Yeah,
right, and some of
sorry.
those mixes may not seem they may seem anachronistic and totally unworkable, but like Paladin Assassin. But I have seen that. It was in a vampire movie. I think it was Dracula 2000 or one of the iterations after that of that Dracula series where he comes back in the and then there's um a a warrior set by the church specifically to take him on to
Sure.
as an assassin. So you
Hmm.
could have a paladin assassin in that context, but
Mm,
otherwise it would seem ridiculous.
yeah,
Just depends. Or you could have, I mean, not all religions are on the, I suppose some of them have their own justifications where, well, in general, stealing is bad, but if you're doing it for a good cause, we'll look the other
sure.
way,
The Robin
that
Hood
kind of thing.
attitude or whatever it is. Yeah. So,
Or
mhm,
yeah, or just good old fashioned corruption.
right.
It's
So,
been known to happen.
hmm, hmm,
But, there is usually in that case a price to pay, so I think
right.
that is kind of a good policy that you're talking about there where you don't prohibit something necessarily, but if you take that route, you may lose your entire congregation or whatever if people catch on that you are,
Yeah. The
oh
Crow,
yeah, the crow, that's a good
another good
example.
example. Right.
And yeah,
Mhm. So you don't really have classes. There is kind of an archetype thing. If you can kind of make the Conan barbarian. I mean, he's there, and you could see he's a barbarian without calling him a barbarian per se. It's just that, okay, well, here's the skills he's got and all that sort of stuff, and then of course play him as a barbarian. Have that attitude that he would have as the player and things like that. So instead of putting labels on everything, you just kind of go where you want to go with it. And then I like to use the D&D had an if you're not familiar with this, every level had a name. First level fighters were veterans, or was it second level? And then you were a champion, and you were all so you can apply those, um, but there's no strict class of fighters or anything like that. I'm not. I wanted to get rid of a couple of things. I wanted to get rid of XP leveling. I didn't like that. I wanted to get rid of hit points as much as possible. I didn't like that. So that was a couple of things I went after. So, but I just like the idea of getting outside of the BX confines. To me, I don't want to. Everybody's got their opinion. Everybody's got their taste, their preferences. Fine, but I look at BX clones today, and I go back and I look at Dragon magazine and Polyhedron magazine and stuff that I had copies of back in the day. And I thought, for the price of a subscription to this magazine, I got all these BX clones. Now they may not have had the covers and the art that I never cared about as much, but they had the substance, the mechanics. Somebody would write in and say, "Hey, I've decided to do this differently," or "Here's my version of gold for XP," or something like that. And I go, well, that's a good way to do it. I prefer that over what's printed in a rule. So I just take that out of the magazine, write it down or whatever, and make a photocopy, and now I've got a new rule, as opposed to having to buy a completely new set of RPG rules that are just basically BX, but we did these 2 or 3 things differently and called it something else. They basically monetized what used to be free with a subscription to Dragon. And I mean, good for you for being an enterprising capitalist, but I don't want to buy all that stuff, and I don't. So I wanted to have something that was not in that same vein. So I went with with a different attitude towards it. So and I see at least some of this stuff people seem to be looking for. At least some people do. Yeah, that's what somebody told me. He says, "Quit trying to make an audience and just go find one." There'll be a lot of people
Right.
that say they don't like your stuff, and eventually the people who do will gravitate towards you. So
Mhm.
um, some people mention talent tree systems, and that's not really where I go with it. That to
What
me
is
is,
the talent tree system? Can you describe that? Because I'm the jargon police, so I don't know what that is.
well, I look at it. To me, that's kind of uh, a PC thing, really. I know it's not just in PCs, but
Okay.
I think of it as something. Excuse me, that you see in a PC.
Like in my game Dawn of Man that I play, which I like to sometimes get prehistoric, but that that game has
She's
okay.
such a freak. It's not even medieval. It's prehistoric.
Well, yeah, why not? We all started somewhere,
That's
collecting the
gonna be my
berries.
new version. Yeah, right. Sorry, but no, yeah, I think that I, I think it's similar. That's a technology tree. I think what you're talking about, but this is a
Well,
type. Yeah,
it's basically, yeah, as you level up, once you kill enough goats, you can move up to killing the donkeys too if you can catch them. They're fast, those little anyway, but yeah, you got to be good to catch a donkey. You got to at least have advanced enough. You need arrows for that. Otherwise you're not you haven't got a shot.
uh,
Yeah.
uh, yeah,
They're wily little creatures. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to distract too much, but that's the kind of thing where you have to, a tech tree where you can't get to this level until you've accomplished this first. Is that what
yeah,
I'm understanding about the talent tree system?
yeah. It's kind of a. It's kind. Yeah, you. I mean, I would. It's almost like school. I've completed level 7, so now I get a little bit more with level 8. At least that's the way I've seen them. I have a +1 to swing, but if I to swing my sword because I'm so strong. But if I develop more muscles and get to level 2, then it'll be a +2 or something like that. That's the way I've always understood it. Dave says he bought the rule cyclopedia. The one thing that I have a problem that I do forget is that I don't get lucky in very much. Oh, quite the opposite, mostly. But I did score big with my Uncle Tony. If and any viewers out here who don't know about Uncle Tony worked for TS, worked not for. For is always the wrong word. I always say that. With He was with a different company, but they were doing business with TSR, and he worked with TSR artists and TSR management people, salespeople for the entirety of TSR's existence. And he did so much business with them that he would be given copies of the products, that he would take samples and stuff. And uh, so I have the entirety of TSR's library and at no cost. So people that buy a lot of these clones, sometimes they buy them because you go to eBay and you look what an ODD box. It's like anywhere from 100 to I saw one for $3,000, and but to me that's all a retro clones should have been was here's a version, a very close facsimile to the original system without violating IP that doesn't cost a kidney sale price to get. Um, but there's a lot of people that don't have access to everything as TSR, and they don't want to be go buying it at collector's prices. So I always forget that it's not, somebody like Dave mentions, hey, I just bought Rule Cyclopedia, and I thought, you know, why do you need that? Oh yeah, not everybody had a nice uncle that dumped this shit in their lap for free their whole life. So I have all that stuff, but the real encyclopedia is a viable alternative because then you've got it all. It's exactly what it's named to be. It's a comprehensive uh, set, and that works great because I think a lot of people that use that, correct me wrong, Dave, but if I am, but I think people just go, okay, well, I like this, I like that. I'm not sure that I like that, so you just kind of line item veto everything that you don't like, and then you've got yourself your own kind of customized version of D&D to play using that book.
I feel an urge to filibuster
I know
line
I
item
keep
veto.
using the old Ronnie
Sorry.
Reagan line item veto, yeah. But yeah, but
But
that's
no,
kind of
I'm
what it
kidding.
is. Yeah. Or a la
Yeah.
carte if you prefer, take it in little sections.
Oh,
But
now you're all French and stuff. That's too fancy.
you're all fancy and French and stuff. Yeah. So
Sorry.
so
I bring, in case you guys haven't noticed, I bring the humorous element sometimes, but because I don't have the experience as Storm does with all of the intricacies of the gaming, and I bring the newbie perspective too. So, where if I don't understand it, I know there's got to be someone else out there who doesn't, and I'm getting less newbie all the time through doing the show, but there are still some things where I'm still relatively a baby player, so um,
I hate the jargon, but I still realize that I still have a level of it that I use that if you're completely new, you wouldn't, it almost seems like second nature. I used to do PC tutorials for people and found myself doing the same thing. I'd say, hey, right click on this icon, and they'd look at me like they didn't know, like I wasn't speaking English. And I would constantly have to remind myself that you have to, you might be, they might be super new. I always felt like I was, if I was telling you how to click a mouse, I was insulting your intelligence, but there was just people that would, when they said they didn't know anything about computers, they meant it in the most literal sense. So I always forget that I have to back up and explain acronyms and jargon and stuff like that, and which is why I hate it. And I hope that we can evaporate it wipe it out from the discourse. It would be a completely different hobby, and we'd get a lot more done. It'd be a lot more interesting to have conversations if we could, destroy some of that stuff. Um,
well, yeah, and I mean, you're not going to get rid of all the jargon, but I think it helps to have someone who is like baffled by it as any other new player would be. And I'm unabashed about saying I don't understand what you just said. So,
right, right. So now, uh, the next group of replies that I got were for things that are a little bit more in depth, which I prefer. So hopefully it won't shut everybody down with the whole complexity thing. But I don't think these are that bad. But some people mentioned that they wanted to see tracking of movement and encumbrance and play the Hallelujah song because I absolutely love that stuff. And most people get all cranky about it, but I think it needs to be done. And I think that if you got
oh yeah,
past
because your bag of holding means nothing if there isn't encumbrances.
right, well, right, it wouldn't be such an amazing thing if it didn't matter that you had to you could do that. Right, nobody is right. I'm going to start talking in Greek because I'm going to talk like it's 1978 again. But it is if you got past some of that stuff and implemented it, you'd see why it used to be used. It wasn't used because people liked to be fuddy duddies or liked to be bored. The stuff actually made the the experience richer and more interesting. So, um, so there is, there is encumbrance. It's not complicated. It's not. I mean, if I had it my way, it would. I would be rating shit in pounds, and I would, I would give you how. Here's how many pounds you can carry based on your strength or constitution or something like that. It would, but that, everybody gets all pissed. So it's no different than most of the others. Here's a point value based on its size and weight, and then you have a limit that you can carry. So I all I've done is basically what I did is I just removed the abbreviation pounds. So people don't know that I was doing it in pounds, but that's all it is your encumbrance. So, and the more you're carrying, the slower you're going to go. That's nothing new. Shit, I think most people do that. Um,
Well, I have a confession to make, because and don't be mad at me, because I decided that I needed to learn, and I well, okay, my daughter got this for Christmas, and early Christmas present, and then I was like, okay, I have to have it now too. So I downloaded Baldur's Gate. I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3. So and yeah, I know I know you're gonna groan, but hey, I didn't want to feel so like I don't know what I'm doing. But anyway, and
then
it
start at
is
the
there's I
beginning.
okay, well,
Oh, I know.
yeah,
That's
well,
okay.
it's
That's
the
okay.
beginning wasn't downloadable on Steam. So anyway, I did do that.
So that's it.
One of
But
the
you,
things no, I know, but I like both. I like the one thing I noticed about as shiny and great as the graphics are, and the detail, and the the game is a good game, but I find myself playing it for a while and then just getting super frustrated with it, and wishing that there were other human beings playing it with me. And I know you can do multiplayer. I haven't done that yet. I didn't want to go into that and play with other
that's when
people who
you
are
want to
experienced
tag
at it,
team
and
the
that
bear.
yeah, okay. If you say so, I'm going to avoid that part. But the point that I'm making is that in the game it has encumbrance as a thing too. If you try and pick up, I mean, because you can loot everything from like the forks on the table. I didn't realize I accidentally discovered that, and I was like, "Oh my God, I could just steal everything," unless it's red. Then they'll put you in jail, and that's inconvenient. But anyway, but even like great big huge barrels, like wooden barrels, I could just carry those with me, and I'm like, how can I be carrying 4 wooden barrels that are like the circumference of my whole body? And where am I putting those? And I'm still fighting? I mean, I get the whole thing of like, but it
That's
is
what some people
even
said
with
about
that.
sex with a bear too. How am I going to get something that girth?
Oh God.
That's fun.
Oh, I don't know about you. Anyway, but
Modern
yeah.
D&D threesomes with Fozzie.
Oh, but when you do get enough stuff in your bags, and then your character moves like molasses, and
Hmm.
you gotta transfer some stuff
Yeah,
out, or find a trades person to do that.
sure.
But I have to say, on the whole, I like the more real person to person experience. Your eyes got really big for a second there. Did I scare you?
I thought you were going to say I really
Uh,
like the computer version of the game.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. No. I do, and I mean, it's like I can play that half asleep. That's its
That's
advantage. Do
what
you
it
know what I
is,
mean?
and that's what it
It,
is. That's what it
yeah.
is.
Versus when you're
I don't
playing
want to
with a
go down the
group of
road.
people, yeah, when you're playing with a group of people, you get there's more stimulation for the social interaction that you have, and you feel more responsible to you feel more responsible to stay alert and stay present. You
Hmm.
can't be checked out and like, oh,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
can play that game, and I can stop and watch a few TikToks on my phone, or
Right. It's turn
go
based,
and
right? Isn't it? So
jump
you
on
can
my
just.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
just leave my character sit there like staring off into space while I jump on my trampoline or whatever. I don't care.
go do
You
the
know,
three
it's
S's. Yeah,
yeah, and it's a shame that I know what that means, but we're not going to break down that acronym.
that's what
Anyway,
military has proved that. But anyway, but then
yeah.
so yeah, and but I do like. I mean, when you track movement, um, it for people that can't visualize or aren't just good, not huge with imagination, it does help them give them a frame of reference in combat encounters. When you're tracking movement on a map, going from place to place, it can make the story more coherent. It just keeps things in straight in people's heads. And uh, when you just do a few frames and then hit fast forward, everything kind of becomes discombobulated. And what I wish people, and I might start doing, is recording some of these things if people let me, um, and then playing them as a like a fictional story. And if you watched these sessions and these campaigns played where people are fast forwarding, or just going, well, you walked across half the continent, but we don't want to talk about that because it's boring and slows down the game or whatever. So it's like editing a movie poorly. It's like the kind of movie you'd see on T3K. It just ruins the coherency of things and makes
Oh,
it
I
more
love
difficult
that
to DM.
show.
Yeah. So um so that's why I
And
like to
and
like
for
to keep
those who are younger and don't know what that is, that's Mystery Science Theater 3000. Um, so
waka
you
waka.
have to, right. You just have to get rid of those acronyms. But yeah, I love that movie. That reminds me of my favorite uncle who has unfortunately passed on, but he used to do that in every show we ever watched on TV. He was just like
Yeah.
he would rip it to shreds and
I-
just make jokes through the whole thing about, if it
right.
was a bad movie, and then we have a tradition of doing that too. One of my favorites movies to do that with is The Ginger Dead Man. If you don't know what it is, just look up the cover. You won't be disappointed.
Right.
It's a hoot. But anyway,
So here's a new one. And I hear that this is one of these that comes up where people go, it's a good idea, but then I don't know, people fade away from it. But somebody mentioned psychological stress and injury. Now, um, I think they were talking about physical injury, because if you wanted to have somebody show a permanent psychological injury, if that's the way you want to roll, cool. But that would be more just how you decide to role play somebody. I mean, right here we've got Dave, and he plays in our OD&D, and his character he just decided was has amnesia. That was his choice, and that's a psychological injury. I mean, or maybe it could be, um, could be a physical thing with a bonk on the head too, I guess, if you medically speaking. But anyway, that's something you can role play. But as far as injuries, I use injuries in place of critical hits, and I tried to mitigate the whole hit point situation as much as I can. I much rather hear about you being so badly wounded in the right arm from a deep sword cut that you can't use it anymore than counting backwards from 15 and then having 2 days worth of discussion. That was another thing that just came up I wanted to talk about, but I decided to do this instead, was the whole healing thing. Everybody was talking about healing systems, and the whole hit points to me just, it ends up being accounting. Okay, today I lost 3, but tomorrow I'll gain 4. But then maybe later I'll lose 5 more. And it up and down and back. It's just this cookie jar that you keep trying to, keep filled when other people are trying to empty it. And I don't like that. So I like having a narrative where you hear that your mighty dwarf swung his giant warhammer and smashed the skull of the evil orc, or you've run through the bad guy with your broadsword, you know, stuff like that, chopped off his head or whatever. Um, And then as far as healing that, well, if you're bleeding, plug that hole and hope that it doesn't, become infected or something like that. So I mean, there's a time limit with wounds like everything else, but it's not some mathematical. Okay, well, how many points today did I get because I've got the, you know, Madame Pomfrey's magical leaf bandage on my wound or whatever. So, but like a lot of people tend to do in these conversations, they take what you're saying and they go to the extreme with it. Well, you must want to be an EMT. This must be about um, going through medical school. No, no, it's a very basic. The worse the cut, the deeper the cut, the longer it is to heal. You don't need to go to med school to know that. You've probably skinned your knee or had a bite from a dog and seen the difference in time it takes for the two to heal. That's all. Stuff like that.
Oh,
But it just
yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, it's like it's the difference between, a realistic kind of encounter and Hollywood healing, where you've been shot 5 times, but 30 minutes later, you are I watched a movie like this where this woman was shot in the gut and then managed to take on a whole squad of assassins with a hole, a through and through shot in the gut that she just kinda patched up with, stuffing toilet paper in it and wrapping a bandage around her or whatever,
All right.
and
Yeah.
she just kept going, and then and she's, like, doing all this physical stuff, and I mean, I get adrenaline rush, but it's just like, there's no way you would still be going, you'd be dead by now, you'd have bled out, this is ridiculous,
It
but,
knocks the wind out of you for sure. I've been told.
right.
So yep.
Yeah, there's no way that any of what she did in that movie once she got hit in the I thought for sure when I'm watching this, that's it for her, but no, she had these,
Yeah.
I mean, she saved like everybody and just she did end up dying in the end of the movie, I think, but it was like not before she took out like 20 highly trained assassins,
Right. Now I had people who go, well, I like
improvised
that.
weapons.
Sure.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah,
oh, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, for fantasy, a pure, fantasy, yeah, adrenaline, that's that magical adrenaline will stop you from bleeding to death, and, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just in Hollywood, there's no limits to what you can do. You can see a guy get beat up, and
Right.
then, half an hour later is fighting like nobody ever touched him.
Adrenaline's real, but it's a nitrous bottle and it burns fast.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not.
true.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not gonna.
And then
But
the collapse is hardcore afterwards, but
ex- exactly.
reality and Hollywood don't mix, but I think a
Hmm.
lot of times you can have games that are Hollywood rules. I think that's appropriate when you want to play just like, you don't
Yeah.
want the inconvenience of how it would really affect you if you really got hurt, but
Hmm.
at the same time, if you're trying to I don't know, I think there's more it leads to more um, thinking in the game, more strategizing has to be done
Yeah, and it
if
can
you
burn.
don't just
Sure.
recover hit
Right.
points overnight because time passed.
It
You
can
know what I
breed
mean?
right. It can create storylines and breed drama. We talked about this in other episodes. People can go through and watch those episodes where we discussed the D-Day game that we played, where one guy was shot and bleeding out, and it was a very dramatic situation, stuff like that. Trying to save somebody who's about to die or something like that is a trope in stories too, and so uh, and the reason that I do it isn't just because of my need for that particular realism or whatever you want to call it. It it lends itself to other genres more than fantasy, like a military RPG or a Western RPG or even just a general modern RPG where you're playing in a more modern world. I keep hearing something behind me. I think I'm about to. Sorry, it's a bang. But so it, that's why it works, and I like it in fantasy because I like the idea of like Magenta said, having to strategize and having it being a very risk based. I don't want people just going, "Hey, what the hell? Let's start another fight. What's the worst that can happen?" You know, I want them to think if I start tangling with anything, I might lose an eye. So I better really think about it before I engage in combat and stuff like that. But there are ways that if you want, we played we being me and my buddies played a game called Sniper years ago, which was a World War II kind of uh, tactical miniatures and RPG game and stuff like that. Kind of SPI's version of Advanced Squad Leader for people who are wargamer and But it had Sergeant Rock rules in the back as an optional rule. And if you don't know who Sergeant Rock is, he was kind of a comic book propaganda guy. Started in World War II, went through Nam and all that stuff, and he was Rambo before Rambo. He could fire an M30 or a M19 30 caliber machine gun from the hip, which is not really things pretty heavy and stuff like that. Carry a wheelbarrow full of satchel charges and throw them like they were footballs and stuff like that. So, and it was fun, but it was essentially the analog version of typing in a cheat code in a first person shooter. All of a sudden you're just whipping everybody's ass and nobody can do anything to you. And it's kind of funny to have one of them in a scenario and kind of do the whole comic book thing. But after a while, if there's no challenge, there's no sport, there's no drama, there's no fun. So,
This is why my favorite superhero is Spider-Man and not Superman. Because Spider-Man could be killed, and he still
mhm.
goes out there and takes the risk. And he has to think about it before he makes his moves. He's not just walking up there with the bullets bouncing off of him.
Right. So that's it. But like I say, you can adjust it. The game is meant to be that I have is meant to be brutal. It's meant uh, for people who don't attach themselves to characters right off the bat. And I think that if you think about that without getting I don't like that or whatever, just think about it for a second. If it's hard to live through, then once you do have a character that does, you feel very accomplished and you'll feel even more attached to that, and he'll have some work. That's the way it was with the way we played in the late 70s and stuff. We had a stack of characters. The guys that made it through, they were real prized possessions. Hey, this guy made it to level 4 or 5. He's going somewhere. He could be a contender. Everybody else is skull and bones and stuff. But so that's the way we do that sort of stuff. Um, and I like it that way. And if you're going to play a war game and you're going to have any realism, stepping out of cover in the middle of a firefight pretty much equals dead man. And there's no, well, I took a few points of damage and I can run back under cover. I don't want an FPS where all that happens is your bar goes down a little bit, but you're okay. You don't do that. So that's why we go that route with it. But it's not set in stone. Once you get a system, you can always play around with it a little bit. But as far as the psychological stress thing, here's the thing about that. Everybody thinks it's a really great idea. Everybody likes the idea of taking it to different depths, and it's something that's not addressed in a lot of these things. And I have no problem doing it, but it shoots right out the window when people realize you might have to write some things down in order to achieve that. And
Yeah.
and then they go, I don't want I the same people
Ah,
that
here yeah,
what
and this is where writing down isn't the only option. I've
uh,
mentioned this before, but there are ways that you can have. I mean, this goes back all the way back to like cribbage and stuff. You could have a simple punch board with a piece of cardboard with the qualities written on it and just a peg that you move from one status to another to keep track of things that change with each turn if you wanted to, and you wouldn't have to write stuff down. Or there's a lot of other ways to manage that might be easier for some people who are opposed to making notes. But I mean, pen and paper is not that complicated either. It's just one of those things. Um, the thing is, uh,
those
you gotta
yeah,
what
the White Earp thing. Yeah,
what about Wyatt Earp?
you see, he's saying White Earp stepped out of cover, but uh,
Oh yeah,
yeah, Well, those guys, that was the damnedest thing, because the reality of that is that they just stood toe to toe, and nobody wanted to act like a coward and back down. So they all just face to face went at it, crazy, and but shows how shooting under. But actually, it's a good thing to bring this up. The reality of the OK Corral shows how psychological stress can influence you. Some of those guys, I don't know, but I have no doubt, were a hell of a shot. But when you're standing down 4 or 5 guys and they're almost can reach out and touch you and they're about to shoot you, all of a sudden your aim starts to become a little bit more shaky. So I like the idea of psychological stress, but and Magenta's got good ideas, and and I do have a section in the book that I'm making that gives some ideas on how to make your own stuff like that, make your own game screen and things like that for people who can't be sinking a lot of money into things. Um,
Right.
the,
Or
th-
even
the
just a good old fashioned dry erase board.
Yeah, well,
You
of course
could,
those get expensive these days, but yeah,
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 and they're not too bad. I just recently got a set, actually, just a couple of days ago. Good old Amazon. I got a set that included four magnetic ones that stick on your fridge, and they come with the dry erase markers. And I got them to keep track of my leftovers, but that's another story.
right, right.
And you just
But
write down what's in there, what date it went in there, so you don't end up eating something that's not good for you.
so,
Because my mom forgets sometimes. So
but yeah, the so anyway, but but yeah, psychological stress is an interesting thing. But I just here's the thing: you could make something like she says. I don't see how writing a few records down is that big of a deal. The other thing is that if you put that into a game, so people say, well, that's the kind of thing I like to have, an immersive game that have quality components. All right, if I make something like that and put it into the game, the cost of that game skyrockets. Do you really want to pay that much money just for some simple convenience or perceived convenience where you could just go to, the local drugstore or the dollar store and buy a steno notebook for, well, it's $1.25 now, but we won't get into that. But it's still very cheap, and just write it down, or have some elaborate cribbage board like machinery. I got to pay to have that manufactured, custom. I got to have the pieces. Then I have to have all that stuff shipped somewhere where the rest of the game is. If I'm printing a game on Lulu and I want to add in some accessory like Magenta mentions, now I've added in a completely different dimension where I have to pay for shipping. I have to get the two things put together. I have to pay people or do it myself to literally physically put this piece of equipment in a box with the game. And then the labor costs and all that shit goes up and up and up and up and up. Really?
yeah,
So
the other thing, and this is something that I want to bring up because this is something I've heard you talk about before, the concept of scalable realism. If any of the games that you're playing, and this is what's cool about the paracosmic convergence type of system that you're doing, is that you've got the ability to, if you're a player who really just doesn't want to have to track the weather conditions before a battle, I mean, it can make a difference, but if to you it's just too much effort and you just don't like to do it for whatever reason, it's just your personal preference. You don't have to you don't have to do that. You can leave that out. You can scale it down to play a more simplistic version. If you had something where everything was pre-packaged and pre-done, what I don't know what you're doing with the paper there.
I'm
What
I
was
just
that?
it one of the things that came up with uh, keeping records was arrows. And bogs down the game if I have to count my ammunition. And I thought, there's 20 arrows in a quiver in OD&D. Is it? And that's a hash mark, Just it's
Yeah.
literally drawing a line and then drawing a diagonal after four. Then you got five, and if you have, that's how you count to 20. It's just it's not even writing.
Is that how you count? I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a hash
No, I'm
mark.
kidding.
And
But
anyway,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, I know this is your personal pet peeve, and this is something that if you were at times when you start getting on this subject, I start imagining you as Peter Griffith grinding your gears on this show here. So this is what grind your gears is the complaints of complexity. But a little creativity and a little bit of pen and paper is all you really need. But you know it's also possible that sometimes people don't want to include everything that is yeah, does it make a difference what the weather is before a battle? It absolutely can, especially if it's a tank battle and you got, mud and tanks getting stuck in the mud and all kinds of, trouble with movement and things like that. But are you the kind of person who doesn't even want to think about that in your game? Okay, that's personal choice as long as everybody in your game agrees. I mean, I think it takes away something from the game personally, but you do you, it's kind of to have the ability to scale those things up or down, I think has always been a choice in any game that you're playing. But there's a certain level where if you go too far with it, you take out too many things, then you might as well just be playing Yahtzee.
Yeah, yeah. So the psychological stress is an interesting thing too, and then we'll move on. But just one last
Yeah.
comment about it um, is, and just you don't even have to get into jargon to have problems with understanding, and it's not because anybody's poorly educated or inarticulate. English is just funky like that. So when some people say psychological stress, I start thinking, maybe like PTSD or something like that. Being permanently mentally scarred from a tragic or violent, sudden type of thing or something like that. But a lot of people go, I just mean troops that give up fighting because they've taken too much damage or something. And I go, oh, you just mean morale. And here, so now we go back to jargon: panic, fear, and morale. Often the same thing, sometimes differentiated. Usually see more of that in wargaming than do RPG. But there is a time where people are going to say, hey, there was 10 of us and now there's 5. There's still 10 of them. I think we should leave. And yeah, that's due to psychological stress. But I
Or
wouldn't.
conversely,
Mhm.
psychological stress and the need for vengeance can drive people to, by the power of Greythark, whatever, I don't know.
Right.
Just go nuts.
You're right. Q Berserker from Jay and Silent Bob. Sing that one now. You probably didn't see that movie, did you? The one where he's got the cousin from Norway that sings Berserker at the. You don't know what the hell I'm talking about, do you?
I don't remember. You know my policy. When I watch a movie, I immediately delete it from the memory bank so that I can watch it again and enjoy it a second
Hmm.
time. But
Well,
yeah, I did see Jay and Silent Bob, but I don't know how much of it.
they were in a lot of. It was a lot. That's a character that was in a lot of movies, a lot of different episodes. But and I forget which one it was. But they were sitting outside the gas station, and they had this exchange student or cousin or whatever from Norway, and he was singing like bad Viking metal. The song's name was Berserker, but that's often what the term is used for what you're talking about. Somebody who's become incensed or enraged or in some sort of bloodlust, they use the term berserker or have gone berserk, that kind of thing. Often in games, though, the mechanic involves a random element where they'll just attack anybody, even if it's somebody that used to be their friend. Like they just go into this blind blood rage. But but yeah, there should be a the antithesis of fear and panic should be fanat. Like in some cases now, you have the right people here, but fanaticism, like in like a bonsai charge during Second World War from the Japanese, stuff like that. You know, so and that's fine too.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
fanaticism is a real feature of the human psyche, that you can get so because whatever it is that you're fanatical about becomes a part of
yeah,
your
right.
identity. So
Dave knows it.
when it's right, when it is
He's got the lyrics.
um
Sorry, my back. But
I'm gonna cough. Excuse me.
okay, but yeah, that's putting that in there. I've got all that sort of stuff, fanaticism and blood rage and things like that. That's done both in the RPG combat uh, and the mass combat that I have that comes with it.
Well, fanaticism is what caused those guys at the OK Corral to just stand there and shoot each other without trying to take any cover. Because it's the Marty McFly fanaticism. You called me a coward? I'm no coward. I'm going to stand here and let you shoot me in the chest to prove it. I don't know, but that happens.
That and whiskey. Whiskey's also a
Well,
big fanaticism contributor.
or if we, I'm dying of tuberculosis anyway, so
Yeah,
whatever.
right. I don't. Yeah, the I don't give a fuck episode too. That's there's that part of my French I forgot, but that's okay. Um, okay,
Ooh,
so
you said a bad word. I'm
ooh,
turning you in. No, I'm
YouTube's
kidding.
so stupid. So I found out with YouTube, it's fine if you say like they won't censor you for F. They won't even do. It's like if you say it within the first 10 minutes, they'll demonetize you.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah. So, but anyway, another thing
Okay,
that
so
people
we've oh, sorry. Go ahead.
there was the next was domain play. People brought up that they specifically were looking for domain play. Now, this is something that there's a lot of there's kind of a love hate. Fortunately, I found some people on Twitter that consistently follow me because for some reason I don't have a lot of consistent following. People say don't take it personally. There's people that do that for a reason, and the system does unfollow people from time to time without your knowledge for whatever reason, just because it's got a glitch, I think. But
Or people are leaving that platform in some cases, so
well,
it may not be
they might be marked as spam even if they're not or something like that. But anyway, I've had people that are
right.
bringing up domain play and like domain play. Some people have mentioned domain play. I have that too. Having started from wargaming, and domain play is basically a large scale war game type of thing. Um, that's absolutely something I do and love, and will be applied to any world that I make for this system. Not in that you'll have to participate, but it will be going on. If I'm running the world, there is that element running because I like to have a world that is completely functional and can run even if there weren't players in it, like SimCity. I would have all my charts and this is what's going to happen if this happens from this place, and here's the daily weather determination, and you know here's the money that this government has taken in taxes for this period of time, and here's how they might spend it and all that stuff. All that stuff
And just to
done.
clarify again, for people who may not be as familiar like I once was, domain play is basically where you have your own territory that you're managing, defending, possibly expanding if you're good, but you're responsible for its upkeep. As far as keeping the citizens happy, making sure your army doesn't get low morale because you don't have the resources to pay them, those types of things, right?
Exactly. The term domain play comes from the idea of a character in a role playing game that has accumulated enough wealth, enough influence uh, to purchase land and presumably build something on it. And that starts talking about being some sort of duke of the realm or something like that, and your domain becomes like a noble's lands in some feudal system, and it can expand, like you say, through territory, political influence, military force, whatever, um, into a larger kingdom. So it's today's game. Like, I'm old, so everything's old. There was there was a thing called what was it, fantasy, what the hell was it that TSR made, some PC game, Fantasy Empires was one that
Okay.
was played back in the 80s. I think there's one now called What's the latest one? Something Realms. What's that PC game everybody's playing now? That uh, shit.
I'm not
Well,
sure.
anyway, it's a fair.
Not
It's
sure
a
which.
huh?
I'm not sure about the newer ones. I know like all the Total War series, the Rome Total War, and all of the
Similar to
other
that, right? Yeah,
variants
that kind of thing.
is
Basically,
very
it's yeah.
much like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of my all-time favorite games, Rise of the Witch King, was very much domain play.
Yeah.
Although it
In a
did it
way,
a bit different. It because you would have the domains that you owned and then you could build like a couple of things on them. But if you had if someone challenged your territory and you had to battle, you had to build resources. Like you'd start with a couple of build pads that were already built that you could have regular persistent structures. And then whenever you would go into battle, someone would challenge your territory. You'd have to scramble to build up new things to add to it. It was a bit complicated in that way, but it was kind of cool because you could play on a larger map, and then you had to battle within that map.
Manor Lords.
Oh,
Sorry,
Manor Lords. That's
that's the
okay.
new. That's a big one, but it's like that. Yeah, but that's the kind of thing
Yes.
that all right, the one you're talking about is RTS. So that's
Yeah.
slightly different. I mean, the concepts are similar,
Oh,
but
okay.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's just turn based instead of RT because it's a board game. So um, anyway, but there had been, but you're right. It's that here's your different types of buildings that you can build or whatever things like that. So um, I
Manage
love
your
the sort.
resources, build
Mhm,
your
mhm,
army.
exactly. Get influence through manipulation, politics, overt military force, whatever. Um, and
Assassinations.
assassinations. People say, well, it's that's a war game more than an RPG. The whole RPGs and war games being different, I don't really see it. They're all the same thing. They all, as far as I've seen, stem out of von Reiswitz and Kriegspiel, and this is just you know.
One's more militaristic, one's more
Well,
fantasy
that's not,
novel
but
based, and
but uh, fantasy war games have existed for a long time too. So
okay.
some people, I guess, will associate war game with army men and tanks, but a
So
war
I have a
game.
question. I have a
Mhm.
question for you, Storm. Are you going to make a game on orbs versus drones?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, with what's going on, but I do have a modern military war game, and it did have drone warfare and stuff like that. It's always fun, whether you believe it or not, and I don't really believe in it, but it's always fun to have the element, and that exists in the game should you want to play, where it gets a little more War of the Worlds. You can do that, yeah, and that's the thing
It,
about the
okay,
paracosmic
and if I
convergence.
were if I were a conspiracy theorist, I would be like, okay, New Jersey again? Really? Was Orson
Well,
Welles really kidding?
there you go, there you go. But
Oh man, you could make a whole story out of that. That could be fun.
I just did last night. I don't. This is not the only channel I have, folks. I spent some time talking about that. But anyway,
Oh,
um,
sorry.
no, but no one here knows it because it's not about gaming. But I did talk about some of that stuff. But yeah, uh, yeah, you can have. But that's the great thing about the paracosmic convergence is that it's not. There seems to be a huge addiction. Like it's like 90-10. I mean, that's just sorry, pulling that out of my hat, but it really feels like for every 10 posts, 9 of them are going to be about fantasy as far as talking about RPGs. And I love a good dragon story or elf game, but woo, Nelly, I'd like to play some more sci-fi. I'd like to see more of it. And I
Oh
like
yeah.
all of it. I played Boot Hill and loved it. I played Recon, which most people didn't like, but I loved it. And that was Vietnam military. I played behind enemy lines from FASA. And I remember going to that table and it's like, okay, guys, I says, I've never seen or heard of this. There's all these war games over here. Why are you doing this? And this was 1982. And they all said, because they didn't say because we hate D&D, but they did say because we've played enough D&D and we want to try something new. We want to see what role playing can do in a different genre, and I'm all for that. I want to see it apply to new things. I want to see. I, I came up with this, and everybody said, "Well, yeah, this is a bad idea. You shouldn't." And I know why they said it, and they may be right. But I came up with the idea of fighter plane RPG. Everybody's on the same. Well, not necessarily on the same side. You could have
That
adversary.
y-axis will kill you every time. I mean,
There you
or
go. Right.
z-axis.
See, but that's what
Yeah.
everybody said. They go, why would I want to do that when I can just go turn on a simulator? Right. Convenience kills tabletop, because why would I want to do that when I can be completely submersed in 4K ultra detailed reality and noises of jets and all in a simulator, and I don't have to roll dice or do math. All I have to do is grab the joystick and fly. And that's
Oh, see,
it. That's hard to fight that with any tabletop. But I like the idea of having a competitive thing where you're a flight of fighter pilots, and you're taking on things from an RPG perspective. Because I just want to see how RPG works if you take it to different realms. So I had fighter planes, and I had race cars, and I even had a fighter one and shit like that. But with and most people go, that's dumb for a variety of reasons. And it may not sell. But when you make something that isn't genre specific, when you make something like Paracosmic Convergence, where it's like a GURPS or something, or one of these other generic. I hate using the word generic because I always associate generic with poor quality, which probably isn't fair, but
open-ended.
whatever. Yeah, but
Well,
but
no,
you can
it,
go
it did
anywhere.
get that connotation over
Yeah.
time. So,
So if you want to go do the fighter plane thing because you think it's a good idea, but nobody could sell it as an individual product. Now you can do it with paracosmic convergence. Now you can look at the idea of, well, what if you had to fight an alien UFO with 1980s technology or something like that. Whatever you want to do, you can mix and match. You can have your cowboys and versus aliens, or whatever. Uh, and not have to go through converting stats or getting a special game or any of that crap. It's all set up where uh, the combat statistics and everything are already balanced and show the differences without having to do extra work. Because if you wanted to go do that, like, oh, I want to play uh, Gamma World, but mix it in with AD&D. There's a couple versions that are fairly compatible, if I remember correctly, but a lot of them aren't. Where you get to the point where you go, well, I've got to convert all these stats to Savage Worlds or something because I want to play in this genre or whatever. I wanted you to be able to go anywhere from caveman to space marine or anything in between. So that's the one thing I've done with my deal, so I can get that. And now, if I find
you
five people,
mean when you say caveman, you mean prehistoric?
prehistoric caveman, yeah,
Well, then I can't play.
why not?
I'm not a man.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Or, but that kind of thing. Um, and that way, if you've got some weird little niche that you can't, not many people want to play a fireman role playing game. Well, okay. But if you find two or three that do, now it's in this system and you can do it, just as maybe you just want to do it one night because you want to see what it's like or something like that, whatever. So just wanted to be open-ended enough that it had like a Play-Doh. You can form it into whatever you want without having to go buy other ingredients or something like that.
Don't you be stealing ideas from my zombie killer snowman game.
Yeah, right. Um, so and with domain play comes mass combat mechanics. A lot of people were talking about that. That seems to be something where there's a lot of people going, I'm trying to find a good one. And it's all that wargaming and complexity crap. It's all that, well, that one seems cool, but it's got too much effort. But then what I love to watch is, and it's not because I'm being vindictive, but I think it helps sell the ideas that some people will dial something back so far and they'll go, well, there's not much I don't know. That doesn't really seem to play out right. And everybody's thinking, well, you wanted something simple. But you can go so far back that you've got a rice cake. And sure, now it's easy, but it's really not telling you any story or anything like that. So I think that's why there's a lot of people that seem to always be looking to hit the spot with a mass combat and can never really uh, find the spot. So
Well, I
uh,
think that's why the older games always started with like a basic level where you would have a simplified version of the game where it wouldn't include all of the details
hi,
that
Kelly.
um hey, good evening, Kelly. Good to see you. But a lot of the games would start off with like a basic introductory level game. So if you were
Hmm.
just starting out and you weren't quite ready for that, and even if you're an experienced game player and you've been playing lots of other games that are complex and you're accomplished at that, if you're starting something new, sometimes it's easier to take it in those steps where, okay,
Sure.
I've learned how to do these basic things and I find that's fun. And then once you get to the point where like, okay, I got that down pat, I could do that in my sleep, then you're ready for more of a challenge. You step up to the next, intermediate level or, expert
Hmm.
level or whatever to going on until you get to the maximum challenge level,
Hmm.
which is I think a good way to have the best of both worlds. I don't think any game has to be locked in to just being complex or simple. You can have a gradient of, you start off with the simple rules, and then as you get more comfortable with it, you get more and more complicated with it.
It,
As if you want to use the word complicated,
you're right. You know
more
me. I'm going to
detailed,
get all
yeah,
iffy on that.
detailed or realistic or
What you like
any
and what you
other
don't
or
like. The
challenging.
reality is 90% of the time those words are invoked in place of I don't like it.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure why that's done so often. I guess it's, there's some emotional or social, but that's it. And it doesn't matter what it is. If you actually find it complex, if you actually find it simple, if you just don't like it, then it's the term I use a lot is modular. You can put this module in with the rest of them, you can pull this module out, but it is a module in that if you remove it, it doesn't break down the entirety of the system. If it was some system like an engine, I'm going to take out the carburetor today, that's going to cause some problems. But if it's modular, uh, like my system, it won't. It can be, you can plug it in and
Scalable. You
scalable. Yeah.
yeah, you can make it a quick and easy game, if you're playing with somebody who's new.
Well, you made the big. That's a cardinal rule. I have to stop you and throw a flag. There's a flag on the play.
Oh.
15 yards. You
Oh.
cannot. No, it's not about easy or
Wait, wait,
hard.
wait. I didn't sign up
Incorrect.
for a fit football simulation, just to be clear.
Don't. No. All of this stuff is easy, but there's a different taste, and as a lot of people say, complexity just means too many moving parts or whatever like that. But no. Um, if you infer that one end is easy to play, then you're inferring that the other end is hard to play, and everybody will just go, well, then why don't you just make the easy and not make the hard? But it's not that, because um, I the games that I played that I'm playing, the Battle of the Bulge game that we talked about at the beginning of this game was made in 1977, and the perception is that the older it is, the more complex it is. But I guarantee, if you look at that and you look at a modern Battle of the Bulge game, the difference is that the modern one is pretty, and the
Yeah.
writing is slightly different. And somebody
Well,
hired an
and
editor. I don't know why
I
they
I
didn't have
gotta
editors in
say,
1970.
well, back then, from my experience, the stereo instructions kind of writing
Yeah,
style was full in force
a
then.
lot of yeah, yeah.
Um,
It's
where
true.
you would have rules and descriptions of rules that were unnecessarily complicated in their wording, not in
Yeah,
the
that's an
actual
editing
practice.
issue. Yeah,
Once you figured out what they were trying to say in the rules, then you're okay.
and it was
But that
conformed.
wasn't just exclusive to gaming. It was pretty
No,
much everything was
it was
like,
written like municipal code. See section
yes,
7, subsection 7A, B, and all that crap. And and
yeah,
that's really meant to be helpful, and it's utilitarian, especially if you want to see some specific thing and not have to read it in the context of a half a page. But when you look at it, it makes your eyes glaze over because it
Right.
looks like somebody just handed you a legal contract. So they've done it a little bit differently. It's amazing though, because a lot of these games today still have that to some degree, but a little change in the way that they print it, a little change in the color, a little change in the font, using a glossy paper as opposed to the old paper that they use that felt like parchment in your hand, and the
Right.
perception that how that changes perception in people.
Well, because
Weird.
yeah, and a walkthrough, a tutorial type of system for explaining the rules is, I think, the best way to get people able to play without getting confused. Because in a lot of cases, if you're just reading over the instructions, unless you're doing them at the moment that you're reading over them, by the time you get to the end, you've forgotten what it was in the beginning. Then you have to go back to the beginning and go, okay, where do I start again? And then you feel confused once you've had to do that. And then
Right.
that feeling of confusion is what triggers you to say, oh, this is too hard.
Yeah, these are reasons
For some
that
people. Yeah.
that's true, and that's reasons. But
And
the
it's just poor writing,
well,
poor
it's poor
description
editing. But to be fair,
or whatever. Yeah. Either way.
uh, because there's a lot of games that were built or made, I should say, in the '70s that have all the features you're talking about,
Right.
including the one I'm playing right now. No, wait, strike that. I made a liar out of myself. They do not have examples to play, but I have games 7 years older than even them that do have examples to
Right.
play. And they're graphic descript. They're not just some words. So there's this. Well, those things didn't have that, but the majority of them did. So, and I
Well,
just
they didn't do it as effectively then, because
well, it's
I
not
think
that.
that
It's
there
just
is
they're very well done. It's just that.
okay.
Here, look. Here's what you do. Look at this. Oh, I got to hit the button. Sorry. I just said you to look at something and I didn't hit the button. Oh, hit the right button. Take a look at
Not that
this.
button, the other button.
Yeah, right. Okay. I just, I want to, I don't want to get too combative, but I do want to defend. So, uh, okay. So look at that. Okay. Now let's go. That's 1977. So let's go do, uh, let's find it and find it fast. Okay. This is like, bear with me. I think this is like 2007. This one, if it loads on my rinky dink computer. Come on, kids. Oh, you're going to make me. All right. All right. You can be like that about it. In 5 minutes, that thing will come up. I always get a little bit. Can you see me doing the thing?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
We can see everything.
That's what I'm afraid of. Watch me. Never search for spicy burrito online.
You sound as if you have experience.
It's this guy told me a story where he
Oh,
claimed he did that and he didn't get any recipes. So, and he did it at work. He was mighty embarrassed. So, but anyway, this is a more modern, and they didn't give me the stupid. Can you see this
this.
pretty well?
Yeah, we can kind of. It's kind of small, but yeah, I can see it.
How about if we do
That's
this?
the layout of the board, but what I was talking about is the actual kind
Yeah,
of like
but if you look at this, well, I'll do that next. Okay, so see the extra color. The map looks a
yeah.
little more like it's a satellite image, and it everybody's all about the graphics, and the graphics look better, so it must be more exciting.
Well,
So
a lot of people are visually motivated, and I can see why that would just immediately give that feel. But yeah, the proof is in the play, so I can totally see that as well. But aesthetics do make a difference to a lot of folks, so I get it. But um,
Okay, so here it is. This is 2020. Here it is. All right, 2020. There's Rule Section 11, 11.1, 11.2, 11.3, 11.41, and 11.4.2. Okay, here's 1977.
yeah,
Same thing.
yeah,
What, so, but somehow the date on the calendar has people saying that one is a complex and difficult thing. Now, I'll say again that there was no doubt that for whatever reason, and I don't, it's a mystery, um, but editing seemed to be non-existent in a lot of these titles from that era. And you'll read something, and it's not that it's a complicated concept, but the rule is written in a way that is damn near incoherent. And
yeah. That's what I meant.
yeah,
That's kind of what
hmm
I was trying to. And maybe, and speaking of incoherence, maybe I didn't describe it well enough, but that's what I mean. When you the classic stereo instructions description where you're like, you read it, but you still are no closer to putting that
right,
hooking that
yeah,
stereo up,
right, right,
and you read it again and you still don't get it. And it's
right.
like, okay, because a lot of it includes jargon that they assume you would know, or maybe is just written in a way that if you've played games like that before, you already get it and you're not going to have a problem. But if you're brand new to it, you're just going to go, oh, I don't know.
So what they would
And
do,
when you get to that point of going,
excuse me,
I don't know, I give up. That's
that's when you
that's where I
say
think you
this
get
is too hard to play or it's too complicated or whatever.
exactly,
Right. And
exactly.
but what we did was what the companies did is they all had their own magazines because it's just I mean computers were around but they weren't wasn't like this, and
Yeah,
they would you would subscribe to the magazine, and they put they release the product and they go, okay, so you wrote back and you told us that these sections were written stupidly, so then they'd rewrite them and make the additions and put them in the next issue.
really. Yeah,
Yeah, right, like a patch. So then you photocopy of those and then go, okay, when it comes to looking at section 5.5.6, they screwed it up. Here's the fix, and you do it that way. But yeah, uh, it was an editing issue. But I just like to show the visual because there really isn't any difference between that's what 30 years or whatever it comes out to 1977 to 2007, and there really is no difference other than it costs a little less to put a few more colors in the print. And then people go, see,
right.
the stuff today is a lot better. It's a lot more. It's a lot simpler, and it's really no. It's not any different. It really isn't. So, and the only reason I bring that up is because it, they're still fun to play. The concepts in them are viable. They're being used in the products we're using. We're going to have an editor, and
Yeah.
hopefully we won't miss, but it happens. But generally, you shouldn't be afraid of something because of its age. If it works, it works. They'll be put in here, but they'll be communicated in a way that'll be understandable and playable.
And
And
that's the
and
thing, making
P.S.
sure that
Play
the
my old games with me
communication is
online, please.
yeah.
So, but yeah,
Yeah, just making sure things are easy to understand, and that's kind of the role that I'm taking because as someone who hasn't played these games extensively to where I automatically know how to interpret what you're saying, when I read them, if they don't make sense to me, I know they're not going to make sense to other people who haven't got the experience level to play the games proficiently. Like, a lot of folks have been doing it for years and know automatically, oh, well, that's similar to a mechanic that was used in this edition or that edition. And, I don't even know. what the editions are called and when they came out or any of
Right.
the history.
I
So
don't even have that encyclopedia. There's people that can just, it's amazing. You talk about something and they go, well, that's just like this, and they have this encyclopedic. I don't have that. I have reference. I kept everything, and I kept the charts and stuff so I could look that up and not have to commit it to memory. And kudos to those that can do it, but I can't. So I know what you're talking about with that too. Even I am amazed at some of those. But yeah, but I know you got to keep me from being too much. But building systems like this is not terribly challenging. Um, People talk about balance. Balancing skills and talents for players for equality without making them uniform. Well, here's the raw truth of it. Don't. I mean, if something is, you don't want to make everything uniform like that. If something is standing out significantly underpowered or overpowered, then yeah, you've done something wrong. But we're all, one of the basis for this thing is that people have strengths and weaknesses, and you'll see it when you play the game and you construct a character, and you'll go through uh, advantages and disadvantages and things that happen to you that you learn something, but things that meant like Magenta made a character, and the character is lame in that she was kicked by a horse as a youth, and it's affected her leg, and she doesn't walk well on the leg. So that's a disadvantage. But there's ways to overcome it. That's part of the point
well,
of the
it's
thing.
a disadvantage that led to an advantage because of my infirmity, I focused more on learning and becoming adept as with magical pursuits. So
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of for every advantage, there's a disadvantage that kind of goes hand in hand sometimes. So
It's a little bit of that, but the point is that there are weaknesses. There are things that you're not a jack of all trades, and and not having everything completely uniform in power leads to having more teamwork and having everybody included and having to think about the fact, okay, we have this character that can do this and is strong in this way, but if you don't protect them against this other type of attack, or you don't consider the weak spot that they have, you'll still be in trouble no matter how strong they are. So you have to work as a team. It's a that lack of balance, not completely mismatched or imbalanced, but not finite balancing to the point of ultimate precision, allows a better melding of these unique characters.
which is why I like the human-driven games and the interaction games with actual human players and human game masters are far superior to what you get out of a computer because a computer is going to have an algorithm that's basically going to try and keep everything within a range that is doable for the player. Maybe a little bit of a stretch sometimes, but ultimately doable. So you end up going through the different levels of the game and nothing really changes because as you get stronger, the opponents you're facing get stronger too. And so it's you feel like you're leveling up because the numbers changing on the screen where it shows your character's experience levels or you get a new a new talent or a new skill or something like that occasionally, but essentially nothing is really changing because that balance is keeping it in place to where you're always going to have the same experience. So it becomes kind of a performative where you're going through the motions of doing the same thing repetitively throughout the whole game, and the only thing that's changing is maybe the scenery and some of the auxiliary story characters or whatever that the computer's throwing at you look a little different. They're wearing blue instead of red uniforms or whatever other cosmetic changes come about. But when you've got human players, you can get this wider variety where the unexpected can happen because of what other players do, because of what the GM does, because of just random chance. Um, it's just more exciting that way, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So the other thing is, as much as I like the idea of customizing, having a lot of different skills so that you can pursue different paths, there is a limit. You got to put, you can't go on forever, or you get to the point where people go, well, shit, this is a 5 pages of choices. I wouldn't know what the hell to pick. Look, there's just too much. So you go to a big smorgasbord and you don't even know where to start because there's 5 different types of entree and 15 types of crouton or something. So there's a limit so that people don't fall into the analysis paralysis. And I think some of those skill trees that people were talking about earlier and some of the features I've seen on more modern games. I don't know. I honestly don't know that much about 5e. I did go through it when it first came out and stuff like that. And sometimes some of that seems like it has too much of that, in my opinion. So that's another way to build this system easily is make enough choices so that there's a lot of variety and that it's interesting and you have options, but yet still limits. Mm-hmm. Anything?
Makes sense.
All
I
right.
agree with you. Yep. So we've covered all of the things that people brought up so far,
Couple more.
except for I think mass combat mechanics.
Well, we did that.
I
I
didn't.
talked
Oh, we
about that a little
did.
bit. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to hear some more about that? That's goes along with where I was at. We were talking about, the RPG with the war game elements, um, adding the two together, rules that work seamlessly between the two. Here's another thing. As much as I like some of the old 80s stuff, um, if you played like, well, I'm a sci-fi person, but if you play, and this doesn't mean they're not great games because they totally are, but FASA and West End games, with their Star Wars and their Star Trek respectively, they had mass combat systems that were, they kind of dovetailed in that you could, like with Star Wars, you could take a Star Wars RPG character and convert it into a character that could be used in their mass battles miniatures game. Um, in the mass battles miniatures game, at least with West End games, basically what they did is they gave a chopped down version of their RPG system, and turned it into a miniatures game. And the beauty of doing it was it could be its own standalone game, which I played a lot, and it was a lot of fun. FASA did the same thing with their Starfleet um, mass battles, but the system, as far as I can see, although I have less experience with it, doesn't look to match up with the RPG system that well. You can take your characters and apply them and use them as officers on a ship and all that, but the combat is different. The bonus is the combat in the mass battles game is less complex and less tedious to do. But I liked the more seamless approach of not really having to do almost anything to take your character from the dungeon or the hex crawl into the battle. You know,
Right.
um,
No, that makes sense, and I like that concept. What would be really cool if there is overlap between FASA and West End Games, Star Trek and Star Wars, would be a head-to-head Star Trek versus Star Wars battle where I could totally obliterate you with the Enterprise.
you would lose.
Just saying.
That conversation has been, but yeah, and there is, but it's not out of either one of their products really, um, but a add on to one of them. But yeah, I'd love to do that too. That would be something I'd like to do. Um, that might be a good holiday live to do.
Yeah, that would be exciting.
The Star
I
Destroyer,
think
yeah.
the hardest part on that is the negotiations of like how because I know if you're in charge of the stats, you're going to underpower all the Starfleet stuff.
Nah, I'm not a cheat. I wouldn't do that. But and there are things. There are
Well,
things.
your estimation of the capabilities of your empire is
Well, fortunately, somebody's already done that. to make it
Oh,
yeah. So
amazing.
we can get Um, but yeah, as far as mass combat, I like that situation. It's fairly simplistic. Mine is basically what I wanted to do is I wanted to give a chainmail feel, not mechanically necessarily, but um, little bit of chainmail without being broken up and confusing.
When you say chainmail, you're talking about the battling system chainmail. You're not talking about the actual armor, right?
Of course,
Okay.
yes.
I'm just specifying for folks who aren't familiar. I didn't know anything about chainmail until about a month ago, so
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
I know I'm not alone in that.
right. If you don't know what chainmail was like, it was a system that isn't complete unless you had subscription to 3 or 4 different magazines and took things that were said in those magazines and rules. It's a very confusing, discombobulated um, system. And even today, people press the only person that has knowledge of it. Um, and I swear sometimes he's it just still doesn't seem to make sense in some cases. So I think they was really should have been named "We're Winging It" more than chainmail. But I wanted to get rid of that. So chainmail, you have the ability to do a skirmish combat where it's something slightly larger than maybe just a small encounter that you would have in RPG, where it's your party and maybe a group of goblins or a giant dragon or something like that. It's more um, kind of in between some epic battle and a small skirmish. So it can do that. It can do if you want to keep things consistent, it can do the smaller encounters too if you really want to. So it's basically got 3 scales, and then there's the epic battle scale. But I wanted to make sure that the modifications that you needed to do for your character were minimal at most in order to move into that system, so it could truly be integrated into your um, adventures and campaigns as an RPG. And for those of us that are still around and just like a straight up war game, it's still capable of doing that.
Excellent.
Along with the domain play that it can also do. The last thing that I did in order to make that work is real simple. I followed one of my personal favorite um, designers, and his name was James F. Dunnigan. He was a war game guy mostly, although he did do at least 2 RPG things that I can think of, and he ran a medieval domain type campaign for years on the old Prodigy system. Um, and he said, plagiarize, 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 and not in the illegal sense, just in the I'm influenced by people like Jim Dunnigan and his extensive talks on how to design things that I liked in the past that I played. I took ideas from like West End Games, who I'm a huge fanboy of. I got a chance to meet those guys. I knew Scott. I hung out with them. So I really, really love that system. And anything that I really remember from the past that seemed to work well and would work in the system I'm doing. Just because you're coming up with what you think is new or at least a little bit different doesn't mean that you can't borrow from something that's existed in the past to
Right,
make it.
isn't he the one that you quoted in the past to me that he says, math cannot be copyrighted. People forget that sometimes that but if you're using the math or formulas or that kind of thing, there is no copyright on math.
Well, I don't know that he's ever said specifically that. He's aware of any, I mean, that's true. You might be thinking about Doopy.
Oh, okay, that is yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Their names both begin with
Trevor
D, so I was
Nevidoopy was,
getting
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
And
I did get
apparently
them
he
mixed
wasn't
up.
aware of it, but his successors were. So, but yeah, I think
Oh,
you're talking about him.
okay.
Mhm. Uh, so, um, freedom in character creation, realism through actual incurred injuries, and making it not just an RPG or not just a war game, but both, because they really are a lot alike, if identical, like I say. Um,
And you
that
know
that's
what I
the
would love
whole
to
thing.
see, and this is something that I know you could do with the system that you have, is a game that starts off as a so say you are a small party playing through the world, and you're going out there, taking on the monsters and the mysteries of the world, and fighting for whatever side you're fighting on, whether you choose to be aligned, whatever your alignment, good or evil. But you're making a name for yourself, and a reputation for yourself, and gathering gold and loot along the way, and maybe reward money or whatever. And then you get to a level where you can buy your own fiefdom or small village or even homestead, whatever. And you build up to where you go from small, 5 to 10 person team or whatever, to where you now have a kingdom, because of your success in the earlier part of the game. So you graduate to this level of domain play because of your success as a raid party type of play. Does that make sense?
Mhm. Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Sorry.
yeah, like kind of like how the Roman soldiers would back in the day. They would compete, and they would go off to war, and then they come back from the campaign, and they would be gifted land, or
Right.
given bonuses and things to set themselves up, and then they would become
Hmm.
um,
Hmm.
the
Right.
owners of a farmstead or whatever, depending on your rank and your success, of course.
Exactly. Yeah. Hmm. Right. Following you so far.
Yeah, only in the case of like with the magical realms and the more medieval type of things, it would be more likely to be your own, small village slash feudal kingdom.
Yeah. Hmm. Right. Yeah. Are you looking
And
for
then
you're not clear on the domain play enough? You want some more? You want me
no,
to
I'm
go
just
through it a little
saying
bit more in depth?
no, I'm saying to make a transition between you start off as just an individual, like I'm an elf hunter, which I always pick,
Yeah.
me,
Hmm. Hmm.
typically. So that's what I'm going to pick, and then I go off with my band of merry men or women or whoever, orcs. I don't care. Whoever wants to join me, who's going
Orcs.
to be a good fighter. Yeah,
You're a super
sure, bring
freak.
them all. I
You're a
know,
super
right?
freak.
But no, I'm just saying whatever. I'm leaving
That's
all
how we get half
options open
orcs.
for. Yes, of course. But I'm gonna start coughing. Don't make me laugh.
Just
Um,
saying. That's how you get half orcs. It's true.
I never heard of such a thing. Um, but anyway, but the point that I'm making is you start off with your band and you go out and you're successful, and then you become the lord of the manor, and you
Yep.
become the leader of your realm, and you know your party has its kind of like the end of the movie Willow. But they take
Yeah.
over Clean, and they own it
Sure.
now, and they
Yep.
they set up
Hmm.
their little kingdom there, and everyone lives happily ever after, except they don't, because I've seen the sequel. But anyway, you get my point. That's where your domain play kicks in. Now you've got a territory to protect.
Yeah, that's one of the ways it goes. And that's the original, is that you just ascended through the levels and acquired the wealth. And,
Exactly.
yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't, you can start that way. I've got a system for Dark Sun. Uh, and when I say system, it's really just a set of guideline rules that go with a giant domain campaign, where you start as one of the wizard uh, leaders. You start fairly high level as a character, and you've got one of the the kind of the city states that were in that Atlas area. And there's
Mhm.
5 players. Each one of them is one of the wizard kings. And they have a city state, and you start with a handful of units and a domain, a section, the a city or a fort or something like that. And then the idea is be the last one standing, take everything over, be the one ruler to rule them all or whatever type of thing. So it's a free for all.
Cage match for kings.
Yeah, right, exactly. And it's the usual deal. What you do is you acquire territory. Some of that territory has worth, and when it's got worth, that worth is translated into gold. That gold is used to upkeep your armies, build more fortresses or infrastructure, or hire more troops to become a larger army. The more you gain, the more income you've got. But of course, that's balanced with the fact that you have more infrastructure to pay for as you expand. Whoever
And
expands enough,
rebellions to quell, maybe, perhaps,
well, that can happen. There's
if you're
special events and
conquering.
stuff like yeah, there's special events and stuff like that where that can happen, and among other things. And it's just a little made up war game that's I call domain play. But you don't start from level one and have to adventure into acquiring the wealth. You kind of start it. Same thing with the Star Wars. You can technically call the Star Wars war game elements that I have with my Star Wars RPG as domain play. The domains are just a little bit different. And the rebellion domain is some secret base somewhere in the galaxy, and and you don't have much. And then if you're the Empire, you have Coruscant and half the galaxy, and you do have a lot. But that doesn't mean that you're going to win just because you have a lot. There's all sorts of ways to subvert, and that's why I don't do balance, because what you have is you have a set of advantages that the rebellion has that the Empire doesn't, and vice versa. Now, who can exploit the weaknesses of the other, wins,
Right.
stuff like that. So there, it's
That
it's
makes
it's
sense.
it's not just that one way, and that's why I probably myself should stop using domain play as a descriptor, because that might be too specific and makes people think that they're going to have to play for years on end in order to qualify for it. That's not the case.
Right. So you can already start as having
Sure.
your own territory and then just work on expanding it or defending it.
hmm
Or
I've
you
got,
can,
or you can do it where you have some long-standing campaign where you've elevated in enough level and acquired enough wealth where you can, stake out some land or buy it and build a castle or a fort or whatever and go that route too. Yeah.
or
So
lead a population into rebellion and then become their new leader.
right, yeah. There's all sorts of different ways. I was doing this. I put out a video, and I want to do another one, and this might be something. Um, we weren't going to, and why not just do this? Uh, the next episode was going to be a deeper dive into the domain play that she's talking about, designing a player-driven mass combat. Well, let's take it one other step, because one of the things that I want to do. Are my guys still here? Dave, Michael, are you here? I want to do
Dave
this.
said he had to do a be right back.
Oh,
That was a
okay.
little bit ago, so I don't know if he
Anybody
could come
still
back or
here?
not.
I'd love to do this in front of actual people for a change. Okay,
Yes.
so
Oh, good. Welcome
what
back.
my entire reason for existence, and speaking of this stuff, uh, to start with on Twitter, was I loved conventions. I loved the big conventions. I didn't go just to Gen Con, but primarily I went to Gen Con. It was always great, but it never was better than when it went to Mecca. And there was 50,000 people coming every day to the thing. That was the shit. And uh, that's what I want to do. Now, obviously, I can't have Mecca and I can't have 50,000 people, but the living campaign is the greatest thing ever. It is the ultimate slice of bread. I think living campaigns are just the way to go across the board. Instead of saying, well, you know what, I'm really a dungeon crawl guy, or I'm really a hex crawl guy, and I don't like this, right? Whatever. Like what you want, but let's have a world big enough that can sustain more than five people, five people parties. Um, If you want to just go walk to a dungeon and kill everything in it for the gold, okay. You know, I want worlds that are like Second Life, but for D&D. There's always something going on. There's more than one DM. It solves so many problems. Well, I can't play on Sunday at 8 p.m. Okay, well, maybe there's a DM that plays at the time you're playing, or will arbitrate at the time you're playing. You have a staff of DMs, different schedules for different folks, different people doing the same thing. Now, if you don't use the real time that those bros or jackasses talk about. Use uh, a turn-based system where one turn is 8 hours of a 24-hour day or something like that. And if you do that, then you can coordinate people's adventuring parties or war games in the same realm. If you have to have obviously more than me. It's ambitious, yes, but if done, now you've got people everywhere all the time doing something inside the same world as they please. Play the way you want, but do it with a bunch of people. Think of it as like a giant bowling league or a giant private club. You know, you could, even if you're not in the same party, when you're not playing, you could be talking to each other about what's going on in the world. And if in the 80s, this was done through Polyhedron magazine and the U.S. Mail, and it was run by about 5 people nationwide.
Wow.
Living City. It was in Polyhedron magazine. Look it up. Living City, 1980s, 86, 87, 88. Now
It's
you've got,
PBEM. Dave's asking about
yeah. Well, some of it
PBEM.
was, yeah. Some of it was play by email. Some of it was
Yeah.
they actually
Okay.
put their moves and did their campaign chronicles were put in the Polyhedron magazine. It was done at sanctioned events by RPGA, also live at like Origins and Gen Con and some of the other larger conventions. Some of it was done by sanctioned play inside neighborhood gaming stores, but it was all coordinated via mail by a lady in her I forget the lady's name. I think she recently passed away, unfortunately, but her and like 5 other people did it. Almost 99%. There were some phone calls, but about 99% of it was done over the U.S. Mail and their magazine. And now we've got the internet and email and all that shit. Can be done. Absolutely can be done. And it's domain play, it's mass battles, it's whatever you want, all in the same thing with a bunch of people. And that's what I would love to do. And not just one world. I would love to have this. This kind of stems out also from a dream me and one of my army buddies had. It never worked out for a variety of unfortunate reasons. Of course, some of it being money, but we always wanted an amusement park, a gaming amusement park. And we
I'd
even had,
love to see a hotel or resort,
she
that's
thought of a
basically based
hotel.
on that. Yeah,
Yeah,
with different levels and you can have different genres in each one. You get your sci-fi floor, you get your, fantasy role-playing kind of floor,
right,
wargaming in another area.
right,
And you just come for a week of just, everybody. I
right,
mean, like a timeshare kind of thing, but just, people come and the timeshare aspect of it is kind of cool because what's unique about that is that you come every year the same time every year. Makes it easy to plan your vacation time at work, but it also makes it easy to develop long-term friendships and gaming parties that you see the same people every year and develop a routine for it. But it could be fully immersive, where
right.
you check into the sci-fi floor and everybody is wearing. Sorry, you want to say something? I'll
No, no,
let you
no,
go.
no. Sorry, sorry, sorry. No, no, it's not that. No, but I mean, that stuff is great, but
Yeah,
everybody's
so
imagination has a blank check. Yeah, you know what I
yeah,
mean?
I
Yeah.
know. I don't
Eh,
have a blank check though, for real.
Neither do I. But you can, as cool as that was, the idea can be somewhat done online because
Yeah.
you don't have levels. Our idea was, she came up with the hotel. Our idea is to have a single story facility that was circular, and each section was like a pie, and it had like sci-fi and fantasy, whatever it was. But you can have that on a server. You can have your sci-fi. So here's Greyhawk. Here's Blackmore. Here's Star Wars. Here's Star Trek, and they're all different servers with different worlds, different groups playing, different DMs running them. But instead of, again, just 5 people meeting one time a week or something like that, it could be all sorts of different people from all around the world. You know, it'd be real easy to find a game if you had those many options. I'm sorry, I
Just
hear you.
popping.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, uh, and if you have people that are, what I'm looking at is having people that can help coordinate for, whether it be volunteer and or uh, maybe money, but money if I can charge for this service. But it can be play by post and it can be live as well. I mean, obviously not mixed. You can't have some people playing by post that are in the same party of people playing by mail or by live. But if you could do both, uh, where you'd have the options. Because even at that, I don't have a lot of time. Well, do play by post with these people, and then some people can meet live and all that sort of stuff. Uh,
Lots
right,
of possibilities. That would be
DMing
cool.
the gamma
Mm.
quadrant. Right,
Good choice.
get on to wherever you're on to from. We can have it on a train where you're just running all the time and playing. But I mean, all that stuff sounds. I mean, we had all sorts of ideas. We even looked at for a while we wanted to find cheap land where we could play 1/32 scale war games outside in the summer in Wisconsin and shit like that, and have people come and play. But all that stuff just ends up being you're going to run into a money thing, but not online. You know, what's the money? The, the cost of connection.
The
You got
server cost. I mean,
yeah. I
that's
mean,
server space can have a cost, but
it ain't
um,
like it used to be with that either.
no, not so
And
bad.
if you do, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Discord, but just for discussion's sake, what's it for Discord? It's $100 a year, you know. Okay, and but just imagine a truly living world. This isn't some half-assed rail or even some half-assed, sandbox where you kind of have choices, but no, man, everything's running. Think of it's like Second Life, but D&D. I think I probably already said that. I'm old. I repeat myself, but just that kind of thing where you log in and there's always something
Mhm.
happening, and you completely free to do whatever you want. But even if you're not
Does
there,
Second Life still exist?
yes, as far
Or
as I
it
know,
does? Okay.
yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
But as far as I know,
Did
but
they ever fix their like navigation problems? Because they're that I always had trouble navigating. I don't know.
yeah. But
Anyway.
no matter what's going on, there's no matter when you. I swear to God, um,
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear
I don't
anything.
know what's going on back there, but yeah, no matter what time you log on, there's something going on, you know,
Yeah.
and there's always so I, that's what I'd like to see, and
It's
we
exciting. I would love to. I,
that's what we're going to do with the next
I'm
episode. Talk about that and show it a little bit more too. All that.
I'm excited about that. This episode, we've hit the 2 hour mark, which is my lungs are telling me that's my limit tonight. I'm recovering from a 14-day cold, a really bad one. I have asthma, so when I get a cold, it's like not your average cold. So, unfortunately, so I think I'm running a little low. I mean, feel free, Storm, if you want to continue talking to the folks here listening. But I have unfortunately reached my physical limitations right now for this evening. So I am going to wrap up my portion of the show at least and say goodnight to everyone. But I want to make sure that I give that reminder to please, if you're enjoying the content from us, please like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, invite, help promote the station if you can in any way. We would certainly appreciate um, anything, any efforts that you can make on that. So, um, oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, David. It's it's tough, man. And I know it wasn't COVID or anything like that. Just it's the combination of having asthma and then getting sick. It's hardcore. So getting over it. I've got some medication I'm taking, but it wipes me out. So I can't do my usual long-term session here, but I've enjoyed it tonight, and I'm gonna bow out and see you guys. We're gonna be more regular now, earlier in the day. So we'll definitely be doing this earlier on Monday nights. We've decided is probably a better time frame. So
She she
um,
said that last time, but it's not. Well, we said that to be fair, and it's not our fault. Sorry, she got sick again. This seems to be some sort of
yeah,
cyclical thing. Hopefully, they can straighten it out so it stops being a cycle.
right. Honey
So
and Jack Daniels. Oh yeah, that might be a good choice. Except I'm diabetic, so that won't work for me. But I have to be more, sugar free. But anyway, it's been a pleasure, you guys. I'm gonna call it an evening, and Storm, I'll let you continue though. So
yeah,
I just
okay.
want to say good night, and y'all have a good night.
You're a trooper. Thanks for doing it. I know that medicine's
Oh,
making you sleepy and shit.
yeah, you can probably hear it in my voice. It's not lack of interest or
Jack Zero.
boredom or anything like that. That's Jack Zero. Yeah, you make it, I will buy it. I promise. All
But
right.
yeah,
Good night, guys.
thanks for doing it. Appreciate
Thanks.
it.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye. So yeah, but that's kind of what I was looking at doing. Was that's always what I wanted to do, living stuff like that, or at least large scale camp like wargaming. Wargaming is a lot more fun if you have a bunch of people and a referee. A lot more fun, um, and it works a lot better. You don't have to um, learn the rules if you trust the people who are running the game to be fair in arbitrating the rules. So at least not all of them anyway. So that's what I just do. So yeah, um, but that's really what I'd like to do, and that's if you take domain play and apply it to having like the Star Wars one. I mean, a lot of people don't like Star Wars, it seems, on Twitter or whatever, but I had the Star Wars RPG running where there was a group of people as adventurers, rebel adventurers, doing all sorts of different things. And then on top of that, there were people who were playing the domain war game, as it were, and they were, commanders of fleets and running groups of troops, and they were doing a more of a war game campaign. Sometimes the two collided, and if you have more people playing, you have more interaction between those kinds of different things that can be coordinated if you have a staff of DMs doing it. Yeah. So I don't know how people. I don't know if I'm endearing much trust in the game I'm doing right now, because I I don't know why people like the memory of spells and stuff. But there's a reason for what I'm doing. But in these bigger ones with Star Wars, uh, you know, or Star Trek. I have one for Star Trek. Have one, I should say. I had, doing something in a fantasy realm is easy, although I'd like to look at different realms. I even have stuff for westerns. You can do all the different things with westerns, like the Lincoln County War or something like that. Um, so, but I just like the idea of having living servers for for people. So I'm going to do that. Um, but I'm not going to spend any money on it because I don't know that anybody be interested into it. I'd like there to be, but I don't think enough. I think most people would look at that and go, complex, takes too long. You'd never be able to do it. There'd be a lot of naysaying, and you know, But hopefully, maybe I'm wrong, and it might lean into something. But I just find it a more interesting way to do it. And so I thought I'd look into that a little bit. But what else? Oh, the healing thing that was coming up. I saw a lot of people talking about healing in D&D, and I don't know how many different ways can you really do something like that. I mean, it just seems. I saw a lot of discussion about it, but some of it went into um, what am I trying to say? Live streams that I can't see and stuff like that. So, oh, and there's always the AI to talk about, because there's still people riding my ass about that. That drives me berserk. I mean, you know how much more it would cost if I had to buy all that art? Hundreds more. Hundreds. So that's my concern about the game. As far as I'm promoting it. I've decided to do it, if for no other reason, just to put a finger in the face of the people that keep calling me shitty names over AI. But I don't really see how you're going to make any money, because it's true. Most people will just they wouldn't consider it, even if they would consider it, if you've got AI. I had one guy tell me, he goes, "Well, don't worry about that. You know, people who are bitching at you about that, they weren't going to buy your product anyway." Okay, that sounds about right. But then 20 minutes later, the same guy saying, "Yeah, you know," he's agreeing with other people to say, "You'll get boycotted out of purchases if you use AI." I always forget I'm about 10 seconds delay with people or more. Healing should have to be administered by a scantily clad nurse to regain. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yep. Um, I agree. I just don't see how many different ways there's to do that sort of thing. But maybe I'm just lacking in imagination. And then there's the long rest for short rest debate and all that crap. I don't know. That's why I like to use the medicine stuff. I mean, as far as rest, oh, that was one thing that was missing. I forgot to talk about in my game. Speaking of not a long rests, is mana points. I don't have that. I've got to remember spells thing. I mean, there's certain spells that you can only use once a day. So I guess you could effectively say that means you have to remember them. But that's from a balance standpoint. But what I have is magical power based on attributes and developed skills. So the better you get, the more power you'll probably be able to generate and use more spells. But I like having points. But as far as regaining them, you know, you're not regaining much on a 30-minute power nap. That's not happening. Not with mine. I think a full night's uninterrupted full night's sleep, and then mitigated if you're interrupted by wandering monsters or something like that. That's the way I would do it. Anyway, but that's what I'm going to put in the system, or have put in the system. But yeah, what else can I talk about? As far as the living campaign. So you have a schedule. You run the. So what you do is the thing would have to be very strictly time kept. So if you want a 4-hour session or whatever you do within that 4-hour session has to be very strictly time kept, and then that can be put up against everybody else that ran at that for that day, really. So there'd be some administrative overhead, no doubt about it. I'd have to use Excel and stuff like that. But you match everything up. So here's what happened, for the turn one, first 8 hours of Monday. Here's what everybody did. And then match that up with one another. So the biggest problem with it that I can foresee is if people from different schedules come into contact with one another, party wise, they're people. How would you get them to interact with one another if they have different schedules? There's a way to do it. You'd have to go to maybe play by email or play by post in order to do it. But that would be the only thing that I could see that would hitch it from a player's perspective. Other than that, getting people that are willing to do the administrative action of the DM, which would be a little bit more work than a normal DM. That would be about it. But that would work well. It's just, like I say, it reminds me of the Gen Con stuff. It was really great when you signed up for a game at Gen Con and there was 15, 20 people there with you to play it. Things you could do games that you couldn't do. People look at those games now and say there's no way you can play it in one night. But if you got all those moving parts, all those people contributing, things get done a lot faster. So I don't know. I don't know if I can entice anybody into it. So I get the feeling most people would go. There's a lot of naysaying in these things. Oh, what do you guys think? People talking about Shadow Dark on Twitter. Ugh. I don't like Shadow Dark. So what do you guys got to say? Still with me? Yeah, let's see. Is the game? You guys still watching the game? Third quarter, 10 minutes, 34 seconds. Okay. So no. Yes, you are still watching it. Yeah. That Star Trek is still something I'd like to play. I got two other people, Magenta and a guy named Tommy, and he was looking at playing, but neither one of them can Saturday night's the only time they can do it. So I don't know if that'll work out, but this would be interesting to try, but it would require, it can start with a small amount of people, but it really lends itself to having larger groups. But I look at it this way. I think if people played it and talked about it and you streamed some of the games and showed what was going on and people see that it can be done instead of talking about it, where they can say, that would never work. Here's all the problems with it. And once they see that it's functional and doable, they might get involved. Kind of got to be a trailblazer. That's what I think with it. And like I say, it could be fantasy, but damn, I'd sure prefer if it was some sci-fi for a change. Star Wars or Star Trek, or it doesn't even have to be those two. I got BattleTech, whatever. I even got my own sci-fi, Gamma World, something like that. But Star Wars, my first love. Well, I do. What I used AI, but I used no one liked all my narrative because TLDR. But I used AI to do some writing on those issues. And I took the writing and I gave it to the players, and some read it and some didn't, but I used it as a way to help coordinate what was going on, even though it was written in kind of a dramatic narrative form. But yeah, but I have sheets that I like, Excel type sheets that I have, like a database, and it shows what everybody was doing for like an 8-hour period. Sometimes I use 8 hours, sometimes I use 6 hours. Depends on how many people and what's going on. Sometimes 4 hours. But anyway, it'd be a block of time and like turns in a war game, and everybody be able to do that. It coordinates pretty well. Excuse me, shit. Yeah, the FASA the FASA war game or RPG has kind of a life path system for character generation. You go through your origin, a very little bit about your youthful history. But with Klingon, you start in kind of like some Klingon Hitler Youth type of thing or something, where you start really, if I remember correctly, there's some commentary about what skills you learn in this kind of youth program. And then you go on to the Klingon Academy and what skills you learn there and all that stuff. And because they're Klingons, you might die. Somebody might kill you for your position or something like that. But if you make it through, then it tells you what ship you were assigned to or whatever. And that's where you start from. And with Star Trek, it's just more about all the school that you had and then what ship you got sent to. So, but the Klingons might die like Traveler. It's kind of neat. So the one I've got is Klingons, Romulans, and the Federation in a particular area of the galaxy going after, it's near the neutral zone, put it to you that way. And that's where the fighting goes on. So, but it's better if you play the one-off. The one-off is kind of an introduction to the campaign in that one. The Star Wars, you just start from a particular position depending on what you choose as far as a character, and then go from there. If you're in the RPG part of it. If you're in the military part of it, you just choose a command. But if you do a living campaign, there can be all sorts of things going on. You don't have to be even that. You could be a smuggler running things out of hut space. You could be a mercenary. You could be an assassin. You could be all sorts of. The problem I had with Star Wars is most people didn't want to be Imperial or Rebel, to the point where it kind of killed the point of the game. In general, is about the war that goes on between the two of them. But everybody wanted to, just run drugs and shit. And it that option's there, but if everybody chooses that, it made it a little bit less fun for me and harder to do, but you can do that. I don't know enough about the Star Trek universe to do like non-faction people. So it's just a war that happens or might happen. That's the campaign part of it. And that's on that one for me. I have war game stuff for it too. I have World War II and modern and all that, but I don't see a lot of people doing military RPG or anything like that. But it is a war game, so you can do that too. I have one for that. Let's see. I have a Gamma World. Twilight 2000. The old stuff. I don't do new stuff, but I've got Twilight 2000. But at this point, I'd rather just use my system than try to get people. Like, if you don't have Twilight 2000, you ain't going to get Twilight 2000 just to play a game with me. So I just use Paracosmic Convergence, but it has that kind of theme. It's kind of a post-apocalyptic theme. Yeah, right. That's it. Nobody wants to. So, and that's another thing. A lot of my Star Wars stuff doesn't have Jedi in it. And then people go, well, do you have the Force? No. Oh, they want to play no more because they want to be the badass. But I like to play in the original Lucas thing when the Jedi are largely gone, except for Vader and all that. So, but yeah, people like to play as smugglers and stuff. So I did a lot of RPG stuff in Hut Space, but it's very adult. It's not. It gets a little wild. I don't do it like it's Disney, and I don't do it like it's rated G. This isn't Art Carney and two chicks with those two kids with Ewoks. It's not that kind of Star Wars. It's a little more hardcore than that. You want to eat some gog, yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah. So, yeah, I got the Klingons in there, but yeah, my Star Wars. It's like it's like Miami Vice a little bit when you get into Hut Space. It's kind of like Hut Space when I do it is like Vegas without laws. There's one of the things that happened was I don't even think I can tell you guys. It was a little too hardcore. I wanted to see how far I could go, and I think I reached the limit for most people with what I was doing with that one. But it's pretty tough. It doesn't get too gross. It's not all gross or anything like that, but every once in a while I like to turn it up a little bit just to have some fun. But it's real cutthroat and murders and stuff like that. But the Star Trek, you can play Klingon in the campaign. The one-off I have, your Federation. And that's kind of the intro to the campaign. But you're on a ship called the Constellation. And you're headed towards you're patrolling around the neutral zone at the beginning. That's the start of the one-off. So I have sci-fi campaign stuff for the book. I had a sci-fi book that I wrote. I've got that. I've got the Twilight 2000, which is kind of a nuclear post-apocalyptic kind of thing, Cold War type of thing. I even have World War I fighter plane one, but that's real short. It's not really, technically it's not domain play. It's more like just a campaign, war game campaign. But I do have one that I got from a friend. I played in this and I did it myself. Some guy used to run this. If you remember the old Nintendo game called Conflict, it was a Japanese made kind of generic modern war game on Nintendo. I don't know what else they made it for. It might have been on Sega. I don't think so though. I think it was pretty exclusive for Nintendo. It was a turn-based modern war game. Well, I made a modern campaign out of that. It's not published and it's not finished, but I did make an RPG out of it. So, because that's probably going to get more mileage than the book ever was going to get. So, book didn't really pan out to be a full-fledged thing, but I took what I did write. I was a co-author. It's actually most of the idea is magentas, and she was going to write it, but that never came to fruition. And she had me write several scenes and several chapters about certain things, and then we kind of spitballed some ideas and stuff like that. So I wrote several chapters, I wrote an outline, and then when she kind of faded away from doing it, I said, what if I made an RPG out of this? And she said, okay. And so I started making RPG like splat books over it, stuff like that. So I do have an intro, which I would just put as, so it could introduce you to the world and you'd understand what's going on and get a gist. But it's more than likely going to be, an RPG supplement for my game than ever a novel, because she doesn't write consistently. Too busy. Too many things have happened in her life, so she never really got a chance to do a lot of the writing on it. So that's why I thought it would be a great thing to just kind of, I said, if you let me do it with an RPG, at least the story gets told to some extent, instead of sitting dusty on a shelf because you can't write it out fast enough or whatever. So, but it was meant to be a book. So I got that one too. I got another sci-fi one that I made up myself, called Chrono 2048, and it's about time travel and wars over technology and stuff like that. So there's that one too. That was another one that I was just gonna take these and fold them into my paracosmic convergence and just make them, supplements for different worlds and splat books and stuff like that. Yeah, unfortunately, and I don't want to. I mean, she just left, and I don't want to sound like I'm bad mouthing her, but she'll be the first one to admit it. She has a lot of ideas, but she's not much in the way of execution. Just too, things haven't always gone her way. She's had a pretty tough time between the health and so she never really got it off the ground. But we did write a lot of material about it. We did come up and make enough that I could make a strong set of splat books and a good RPG world out of it, for sure. But yeah, see. So I just wanted to make, and making these all just different servers that have living campaigns and stuff, that would be great. I've got that, Michael. I've got that. I talked to a couple. I put it out on Twitter, and that shouldn't really mean anything. I shouldn't put so much weight in Twitter. No offense to people, but I put it out, and a bunch of people were like, "Why the hell would I want to do that? I've got a flight simulator on my computer." I'm like, well, good point. But I do have that. I made that out too. Where you and other people, there's two ways. There's cooperative and opposing ways to play it. There's even a solo way to play it, where you're just one fighter pilot. And but you can play cooperatively, where you're strike package and you're dodging SAMs and you have to hit a target or something like that. There's a mission to fulfill and you get points for the mission. Just like F-19, you get experience, and that experience gives you medals on your chest and stuff like that. And if you want to play the other side has the SAMs and the anti-aircraft and sometimes enemy planes and stuff like that. So it's kind of a war game RPG mix. But I think it would, I like the idea of cooperative play, adversarial play as well. But I mean, I guess if people looked at it, they would probably be more likely to classify it a war game, but it's definitely got RPG elements and stuff like that to it. Um, love to play it, but yeah, you can be like in a flight. So I kind of liked the idea of doing, like, if you ever see those old cheesy '80s flicks, Iron Eagle, stuff like that, you know, Top Gun. Um, so yeah, I've got that, but yeah, maybe people would like it. I guess there's a lot of people that do solo gaming, so that might be kind of a thing too. The thing about the solo side is you need to have um, cards, and like I was telling people earlier, when you start adding components like that, I don't know, maybe you guys have done your own publishing, so I'm telling you shit you already know, but it becomes complicated because Lulu, most of these other places won't do cards. The only place that I found that did cards was a place in Madison and a place in Chicago. So they'll do the cards for you. They're not print on demand though. Well, the one in Madison is, but they're print on demand in that they will only print the cards. So I could put the cards there and then sell you the books, and then say, if you want to play the game, you've got to go to this website to have the cards made. Most people, I think, would find that a pain in the ass. And if I don't do that, then I have to put the cards in a box with the books, and that gets very expensive. Print your own P. Well, there's the one in Madison, Wisconsin, is called Game Crafter, and they will print. I guess they'll probably print a rule book, but nothing like Drive-Thru RPG. Smaller, but they'll also do game boards. They'll do tokens, and they'll do cards, even game screens. Yeah, it's not cheap, and if you want to include it with game books and stuff like that, you got to find a way to get those components at the same place, and then assemble them, and then ship them out, and the price goes through the roof. So, but I mean, the only other way to do the solo with the airplane thing is to have a series of charts to roll on. And some people are okay with that, but a lot of people, you hand them a bunch of charts and they go, oh, this looks complicated, and they don't want to do it. So I decided I don't have to do the cards, but I decided on maybe I should do cards for it, for the solo stuff. People can just, man, $30, wow. Fulfilling your orders. Well, so they'll do assembly. They must, charge you for the assembly. Oh. I hate AI. People think I love it, but I do not. But if it saves me money, okay, I see it. Galactic conflict. Small booklet. Okay. So I've only used the Game Crafter. Here's the thing. I found it and I was excited and I wanted to learn more about it. So I drove up to their plant to talk to people, and they wouldn't let me in. They didn't want to talk, and I drove all the way to Madison's a long way from my home. So that was, and I bought one thing from them, and I didn't get it, and I told them I didn't get it, and they didn't. Tough shit. So that's the last time I bought something from them. But I had investigated it for a long time. But I mean, they've changed a lot as far as what they'll do and their capabilities and stuff. So, but I never saw that they would make a PDF that would fit my needs as far as a rule book. So, but I had an account, like the free account, where you could look at all their stuff and all that at one point. So I eventually just went with Lulu, because it just seemed like the quickest and easiest if all you wanted was a book. But I don't know. This stuff is all so confusing. Some people said, well, actually, Amazon's easier, but that's only for books. I don't know. Board Game Maker. It seems like I've seen that one. Is that the one in Chicago? Board Game Maker? Huh. I guess the thing that attracted me most about Lulu and just making RPG books is I didn't have to pay for anything. I mean, all I had to do was write it and format it, and then give it to I didn't have to invest in parts and stuff like that. That was what I liked about it. Otherwise, if I had a lot more money, I would make miniature games and stuff like that if I could have miniatures made. I always wanted to make a World War II miniatures game, and have tanks and stuff like that. But I am so fucking poor. I'm not even living in my own home. I don't own a car. I don't have any prospect for employment because of my physical condition. I'm fucking cooked. So, I mean, I own a computer. They haven't taken that away from me yet. It hasn't been repoed or anything, and made all the payments. So, and I've got Office. So I've got a word processor. So I thought, well, if I can just make books, right, all I have to do is pay for the book to be print on demand made. I could start there, because no overhead. They don't. Here they'll take. Lulu's got their own website for sales, and they take a piece out of that. But as far as I understood it, they weren't going to take anything out of it if I sold it somewhere else. But they were going to probably charge me. I think it was a little bit more to have it paid for. Lulu's commission for print books is 20% of the gross profit if you put it on their site. Yeah. And the one I was looking at was like a $20.40 cost of production, until people said you'll never sell a copy if you use AI. And some people, I spent 45 minutes talking to a guy who said he was interested in learning war games and playing with me. And after halfway through this conversation, he changed from asking about war games and started talking about AI. And it turns out that this weirdo, the only reason he contacted me and wanted to get in my ears to try to tell me not to use AI and how I'd never make any money. And he knows people. I mean, this guy threatened me. He says, I'll make sure that you're boycotted if you use AI. That's how weird some of them get about it. So if I have to add artwork to the thing with Lulu, it starts going from a $20 cost to a $200 cost. And that's before I have someone format the damn thing so it'll work in their machine. And then they want 20% if I market it through their website. So that's why I'm on Twitter all the time bitching about reach, because I wanted to market through Twitter where it didn't cost any money. But because I had a wrong opinion 2 years ago about the fucking election, and my reach has never been fixed because of the political thing. I must have got 20 of those things that you ever got one of those where it says the German government, blah, 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 doesn't like what you're saying. I was getting those left and right, and that was affecting the algorithm. And they never cleared that off. I thought paying for the check mark would clear all that off. It never did. And I got suspended for 6 months because I kept being political and profane. Let's see. I make $3 a book on Lulu versus $1 a book on Amazon. See, right at that point, so you're making $3. If I look at it, even if we take the AI art thing out of it, and I go back to $20.40, it's a $20.40 cost for the book, and I on top of that I have to pay for formatting, which is about $100 to $150. So it becomes I mean, if you've got a job and this isn't the way to make a living and it's just for fun and, hey, I'm picking up a couple extra dimes or something, that's great. But unfortunately, I'm fucked because I can't go to work. And my dumbass thought that, hey, well, maybe you can get some supplemental income while you live on a fixed income. I get stuff from the VA and all that, but that's not cash. And maybe this will pay for some stuff you need to buy with cash. Well, I'm an fucking idiot because I'm not going to make any money doing this. I'd be lucky if I don't lose money. I should have known better. I think it's one of these things where you delude yourself into thinking it's going to work because it sounds like it's so fun. It's a naive and stupid thing, and I feel like a fucking idiot. I'm mad at myself for even getting in, just being a dumbass. I didn't want to be a door greeter at Walmart, so I did this shit instead. Fucking idiot. If you buy, yeah. Okay. Because I'm figuring, what can I charge for a nobody selling a game? Well, first of all, I'd have to find people who know the hell that I'm buying it and like it. And right now, getting anybody to see that I'm even doing it is effing impossible. Now, Michael says, well, you should have gotten on some of those streams. I know, but we've been through that. But I don't think that would. I don't. Those people. I just don't. I can't get along with. But that's why I do these shows. And it would have been nice to have been more consistent with it. I'm not all that great alone unless I'm talking to people. I can have a conversation on this thing, no problem. But doing a show all by myself, I kind of suck. And Magenta's been very helpful, but she's also got reoccurring. Uh, she's ill often. It keeps coming back. And so it's not her fault, but it doesn't. You can't. She doesn't even know if she can do it every day. Like I never know for sure because she might be sick. You know. Mm. Yeah. Yep. If you've seen me type, data entry's out of the question. So, but maybe testing programs or something like that. I wouldn't put any stock in on all the naysayers. I know people that made plenty on DHR with all the AR, and we're totally up. See, I heard they wouldn't even let you on if you had the AI art. Like they changed it. But I don't know, man. There's some people that just they really like to virtue signal about that shit. And I just figure, well, I'll do the AIR. At this point, I want to put the thing out with the AIR just to go fuck you. But I just don't think that it was, even if it wasn't about that, I'm having a hell of a time getting people to see me. I want to make a website. I can at least maybe afford that, perhaps, at least for a while. If I found some that are fairly cheap, they're not very, they don't have very many options. But if I could have something where I could send people to, where I don't have to worry about algorithms and whether somebody likes me using pronouns or not, or whatever the fuck, and send them to, here's my stuff on the website just for a while. Maybe that would get the word out. We'll have to see. But the other day, like Griffin Morgan was saying, the Blackmore guy, he goes, there's a lot of this shit out here. What are you really doing that's that much different than anybody else at this point? How are you really going to make any money in a market that's got 300 some different fantasy rule sets on it? It's hard to argue against that. I looked at Drive Through RPG. There's about 316 or 320, something like that, different fantasy rule sets. Pretty hard to be, I don't know. And I talked to that guy at Giant Slayer, but he seems like a kind of a moonlighter. Like every once in a while he does something, and the rest of the time he's never even involved. And there was supposed to be another one, but I don't hear about that anymore at all. Wasn't it called Biggest? Wasn't Biggest Geekus or something like that? Weren't they supposed to be selling stuff? And I never hear from those people anymore at all. Right? Was it Joe and Randy? Nice guys, but I don't know that they're doing it anymore. So there's Drive Through RPG, or there's Lulu, or that Alyssa gal, that little short one that everybody likes so much that writes the books. She said Amazon was the way to go. And I looked into it and I thought, okay, but I don't know. So I also thought about changing my name. I found something I could use, but I'm so old and I only like old shit. I don't think people are into it. I wanted to use an old trademark that I got a hold of years ago. An old trademark name from wargaming. But I thought, you know what? Most fucking people weren't even alive when that shit was around. I don't know that it would garner any attention. I thought about doing that. I also thought about doing magazine, like a magazine like that that Alvin Maiden Inn chick is doing, but I don't think she's actually, I don't think that's a huge money maker. People don't like to read anymore. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, because I never, like he's like here. He introduced himself and he's like, here's what I'm doing, and then he's just gone. I don't know. I just watched Bear two nights ago, and he had a live about print on demand stuff, and there was at one point there was 5 people on there, and they were all saying the same thing. You ain't gonna make a damn bit of money off this stuff, and the AI, if you do AI, it'll kill you. Nobody will buy it at all. So even the guy who's got Axe, even he's like, I sure wish I could make a living off of this. So I don't need to make a living. It's not like I got to pay mortgage and taxes with this stuff, but it wouldn't even pay for groceries. And that's kind of what I need. Right. I mean, who wants a magazine? I thought about doing that. And I thought, hell, ain't nobody want that shit. Tried Patreon. Nobody's into that anymore. Nobody's got money for that shit anymore. Paying monthly for, like Substack. I had Substack for a while. Nobody didn't pay you for a blog. Who the fuck's going to pay you for a blog? That's some Portlandia shit that people would, pay for a blog. Ain't nobody going to do that. So, I don't know. Yeah, that one. That dude, I don't get that dude. Why is it? Okay. Here's what this is the shit I don't get about this motherfucker. Well, that's Mad Scribe Games is the one I'm looking at. Baptism of Fire, Mad Scribe. So there's two of them? Wait. Okay, now I'm confused. So I thought it was that Mad Scribe guy that did Baptism of Fire. Oh. Oh, is he? Well, shit, maybe I should be talking to him. He seems legit. He's on the thing. I mean, RPG pundit. Here's the thing. I just don't get the guy, and that's okay. You don't have to, but I'm just looking. I look at the guy, and he's like always talking about based this or he's that looks like some crusader shit that he's got there. But when I've listened to him, it all sounds like soy to me. I don't get him. He seems like he's like kind of schizophrenic. Oh. Well, that dude, the Matt Scribe dude is super cool. I didn't know he was doing that shit. Why the fuck? I'll contact him. Shit. Oh, that's what it is. He seems like a soy boy to me, though. I mean, it's all right. But he just seems like a soy boy to me. He seems very leftist when he speaks, but that might just be me. But I didn't even know that Matt Scribe dude. Shit. I'll ask him, hey, you want to publish this? There's another guy too, but he didn't seem very excited. I kind of asked this guy, his name is Die in Place. Oh, well, see, that's the thing. Libertarian means a whole lot of different shit to a lot of different people. So, it's like that meme. What kind of libertarian are you? I okay, though, that's fine. But there was another guy, Die in Place, and he's got a publishing thing, and I kind of asked him about it. I played D&D with him, and he wasn't mean, but I don't know. He probably thought, oh, this loser. He didn't seem very interested. I don't think he found it. One reason is he's making his own system, so I'm sure he didn't want to publish competition while he's doing his own thing, but he has a publishing thing too. Well, he's one of them dudes that I didn't really hit it off with well, so oops. But But Mad Scribe, yeah, I'll talk to him. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I had big plans to make this thing. I had all sorts of other supplement books that I wanted to put into it and all that, but I think I'm chasing ghosts with this stuff as far as any type of, like I said, I had no illusions of it paying for my life, but I thought I'd be able to at least cover a grocery bill with it, and I nope. Yeah, dude, it's that get up. Oh, he's Canadian. Well, that see now I okay. Now I know. Oh, uh, that fun. That's the thing. Like wearing a muffler and smoking a pipe inside your home with a fucking fedora on. I was like, who the fuck is this? That's fucking ridiculous. Um, RPG Pundit lives in Uruguay. Wow. He doesn't seem like the kind of weird. Well, he was as white as a sheet when I saw him, so he needs a little more sun. Weird. That cat, see, I knew that cat's just a strange duck, dude. I mean, as far as I know now, Uruguay is one of the more stable of those of the continent, I think, but nonetheless. Yeah. So it's like it's the closest thing you're going to get to first world in the third world. Weird. Yeah, so here's the thing, and I'm this, probably already know the answer to this question, but just in case I'm wrong, is that chick Sophia? That's Miguel's wife, right? From the Red Room. Got to be his wife, right? You can tell they're in the same apartment, so I assume that they're married, or at least a couple or whatever, right? It's not like his sister or his business partner. There's a thing there, right? Yeah. But yeah, that's what I figured. Somebody said it was his sister, and I was like, well, I might be writing a fucking email if it is. But I figured it was her wife. I think she's kind of hot. Um, they like they don't. I don't know. They're okay. They're fine. I like what they're doing. I don't really get the whole Gonzo thing that much. To me, I don't. I, to me, that's like the anime of RPG. I just some of it I like, but I don't really get any of it. I watched Voltron and G Force, and that was about as anime as I got. Robotech when it was on, but I didn't even like Robotech the cartoon that much. I liked the game, but I really was never into it as like as a storyline. I just like robots and shit. I was always a BattleTech guy, but I just the Gonzo stuff. I don't really get it. They're in Portugal. They're Portuguese. Yeah. Yeah. Not Lisbon, some smaller city, but Portugal. So I mean, they're fine, but I don't get what they're doing. I mean, it's great. I know they have a hard time, because they political and all that, and they're creative, and it's whatever. It's just it's like me standing in front of art. Most of it I just don't get. Like a Jackson Pollock or an Andy Warhol. I don't know. Maybe I'm a not intellectual enough or whatever, but I just look at that stuff and go, he chucked a paint can at a fucking canvas. What's art about that? I could do that. Here, hand me one. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should just start throwing paint at shit and try to sell it for $1 million. Thank you. I'll buy it. But the thing is it was supposed to be a very big system. I had plans for splat books, and we were doing uh, world creation. We had created a couple of continents and stuff like that, and I had made one of my own in private, and I wanted to turn all those into books. But I mean, if it takes several $100s to make $100, that's I that's a hobby, not a source of secondary income. I have several Brazilians following me, and they seem to be deep into RPGs. So maybe it is Brazil. The one guy told me that it's a pretty popular hobby down there. He played some Star Wars with me. Um, but it was one of those deals where he was having fun and he was enjoying it, and then he saw me write something political, and and I should know better, because as soon as he saw that I was a Trump guy, he no more talkie. He was done, which is but that's the way they roll. So, but yeah, he played DDEY D Day, whatever. He's around on Twitter. You'll see him. Nice guy, but he dropped me like a hot fucking potato. I don't. They he told. Well, I mean, he's only one guy in the largest country in South America, but he said that the material is difficult to get. It's usually imported. There's not a lot made. There's not a lot carried in a lot of places, so they largely have to look to America to get their stuff, according to this guy when he was playing with me. So I don't know. I mean, the Lulu book is plenty cheap. I mean, that's a good price, $20.40. It's just that, what could I sell that for? $25 seems like a price too high for most to pay, or would want to pay for an unknown. You know, um, it's okay though. I'll do it, um, and we'll see where it goes. But I was hoping, and maybe I should have done better research or understood things better. But I figured, well, hey, you'll be able to crank these out at a fairly regular basis. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. But we'll see. Maybe I'll get over a hump and it'll work out. But I I I know Venger. He was the way he Venger Satanis. He was saying, uh, he goes, I was making like 1,000 a month for a while, and then it dropped to 500. And he says, now I mean, he said he was going to quit and then he didn't quit, but he's like, it's down to like $200 a month. And it's not much, he goes, it ain't worth it for that much to do all this. And I kind of thought the same thing. I says, I need at least $300 to, for groceries. $20 is $20.40 is what they're charging to for the book to print, the manufacturing cost. That's the price I have to pay Lulu. So that's their best soft cover, 8.5 by 11, with color photography, color pictures in it, all color. If I put pictures in it, $20.40. So if I sell it for 25, people are going to say, Jesus, that seems like a lot of money for nobody. And I'm only making a few, I guess I was dumb and thought that people were actually making a living off this stuff, or just wanted myself to believe that. When I saw that Alyssa chick, and there was a couple times she was selling some of her stuff for 99 cents. And I thought, why the hell are you bothering? You must have other work. Why would you go out to sit on some table on a sidewalk when it's cold out selling books when you're only getting 99 cents for them? Well, I've heard that told too. I've heard that said that you don't have enough confidence in yourself if you're and I always look at things from my perspective. That's why I don't like the art thing, and I get all bitchy about that because I hate to sound like some back in my day and all that crap, but it's true. We would go and buy a set of rules. They weren't 8.5 by 11s. They were little, pamphlet size. And it may have a cover, but other than that, it was a lot of the shit I bought was typed. I could tell it was typed. It wasn't copied. Fuck. And the guy would just type it out, and then wrap it in. Like one guy was doing like silk screening or something like that. It would look like the kind of shit you would make in high school, and I didn't care. It was fine. I wanted the rules, and it had everything I needed. It wasn't one of these games where you had to keep buying a book after a book. Here's the player book. Here's the referee book. Here's the book about tanks. Here's the book about people. It was all just everything. And it was $5 in 1984, $5.95. Okay, off to the races. The art was on the table. Not now, man. It's just, it never ends. You gotta have a shelf full of shit to sell people. So you pay $30 but you sell it for 20, or you sell it for 30 on Amazon because you figure it's Amazon. Fuck it, right? See, I mean, it's some of it is like perceived value. Magenta always tells a story about perceived value where this chick was selling seashells in a basket for like, I don't know, a nickel or something like that, and she couldn't sell them at all. But she took those things and she put them in like a jewelry case and put this poem about seashells on the seashore in it and shit, and then sold it for 75 fucking bucks. And she she couldn't get enough of these things. They were going like hotcakes once she put them in the box and put the and put the poem in it. Sometimes you just got to bullshit your way through it, I guess. So I don't know. This is I'm hemming and hawing because like I said, I made the mistake of thinking that this was going to be some sort of supplementary income, and if it's not, then I need to stop doing it and find something that is. So that's the problem. Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's just something you like to do, that's great. And then I'm doing what I like, and I'm getting some money for it on top of that. That's even better. But I've made the mistake of pinning this thing like an absolute fool that I am to being something that's going to at least help pay my way through life. And that was dumb because it's not going to do that no matter what I do. So, um, but I did get, I do want to put out at least the one thing as long as I don't go in the red doing it, just so I can fulfill my statements and not be a, you know, retractor of my intent. But it it'll end up being something that ends up being its own volume, and then that'd probably be it because I don't think I could do this again. I just, you know, I don't think I can sell it for enough to make this going, hey, okay, now I've made enough. I can pay a few bills. I'll go and do. And I probably should have known that before I started into it and opened my big fucking mouth. But it sounded like fun. And I knew I didn't have anywhere else to go because of my situation anyway. So what was I going to do? I was going to be working from home or, something. So, right. Yeah. The Twitter, they'll monetize you if you've, I mean, their criteria for monetization now is probably beyond my reach. Um, I mean, even Delver, how many people are watching him per night? 30 or 40? Sometimes 60 I've seen. And not counting Twitter doesn't count because the Twitter live, I found out the Twitter live tells you you've got a view if somebody looks at your video for 4 seconds. Well, shit, it takes that long to scroll past. So that doesn't mean anything. But I don't know how much Delver's making on the Twitter. Of course, he may be monetized because it may have happened years ago. But right now, their stipulations are very high to get any money out of it. Um, here's what Twitter wants. Let's get in there. They want some asinine amount of traffic. And I know I'm being shadow banned, so it's just not even in the cards. To get revenue sharing money, you need 500 premium followers. And I have half of that, if not less, probably less. And have at least 5 million impressions on your posts within the last 3 months. Yeah, that's never going to happen, like ever. So, um, I just should have known better. I just should have known better. You know, you're not the first person to tell me that. So but I just look at that shit and I go, isn't anybody sick of that shit? It's been decades where top 5 reasons, top 5 ghost sightings, top 5 ball slapping incidents. You know, and that shit where you have the the thumbnail and the people's faces and stupid looks all over the thumbnail. Everybody does that, so it must work, but it's horrible. Why do people, that's been going on for over a decade. Why are so many people thinking that's a good thing or whatever? I don't understand how that works because it looks so cheesy and weird. And I'm as ugly as fuck. So, I mean, I don't even know if I did that, it would work because people go, God damn, look at that. He looks like he should be standing in front of a trash can with a fire warming his hands. I don't know. But yeah, I'm working on some of that stuff because I've been told. Yeah. There's there's an Englishman that's got quite a few. I don't know what it is, but I think it's more than he should. And he doesn't. He sits in the attic of his shitty old house in bumfuck England and talks like a pretentious snob and won't even address Americans half the time. And he's got a bunch of shit. I hate people that do that. I hate that fucking we hate Americans thing. That's stupid. But yeah. Um, I've seen it. I know what you do. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. This motherfucker. What's he got? Subscriptions. Oh, so it's not 70,000, 2,100. That makes more sense for being kind of an obnoxious ass. But yeah, there's some of it. One thing I have looked into doing, and it can't happen overnight, but it has to happen, is like you said, Michael, don't use the current accounts I have. I've driven them into the ditch because of politics and all, and there's no getting out. I'm not going to get my shadow ban clear or whatever. So I do have the opportunity to get a fresh phone. I'm looking into the idea of getting a different IP. I believe I can pay my company, my ISP service to do that. Because I don't want Twitter to know if I just use, well, anyway, so just starting fresh, completely fresh, different, trying to separate myself from these things and maybe doing the same on YouTube and doing it as fast as possible. I've got 138 or whatever before I have any more and then drop it, but I'm definitely going to do that because I think that part of my problem is I've got a mouth. I've had this YouTube for 15 years, 13 years, whatever it is, almost since the company started. And in the past, I didn't do anything but watch with it. And I'd make some comments. They were real troll stuff. And I think that's affected, obviously. So I want to start over with that and see if that might help. And like you say, do some of that. It seems like, no fun, not interesting, but I know you're right. I know that people like that shit. So I'll come up with it. That's what I did. I tried to do it with other things too. I also like that. I like the fireside. Just, well, what's happening here? I got some underwear on a thing on the back, so I put the fake shit behind me so you can't. But otherwise, it's just me sitting in my room talking. It might as well be a telephone conversation. I think that's great. I prefer that. But evidently, people like Guy Smiley talking about whatever module S3 for the 30,000. And that's the other thing. Repetition. I thought being fresh and talking about stuff that is new and different, but that doesn't seem to be the case. people seem to like the idea that the combat wheelchair conversation shows up every fucking ever. They like to complain that it shows up, but they certainly don't do anything to try to look for something different to talk about. So I guess I'm doing it all wrong. Because the people that are, doing the stupid poses and the top 10 counts, like Michael says, they're getting all the action. So I don't want to stop doing this, but I think, like you said, he's right. You got to pepper it with, the other things and all that stuff. So, but I got this trademark. I bought this. It took forever. Well, that's it. And then nostalgia does seem to be a draw, but then there's a lot of people that just complain about it. And there seems to be a lot of people that hate old things. So I don't know. And I get people say that I don't talk about it right because I'm not, I don't know, positive. But it's always been a heavily analytical kind of vibe with gamer people. So I don't think I'm doing anything out of the ordinary as far as that goes. Now Magenta, she's a kind of a lefty, so she's always telling me, well, you're hurting people's feelings when you complain about writing on paper. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's that harsh, but I guess I'm a little bit of a too much of an old grouch, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other ways to be more peppy about it, I guess. But yeah, going through the collection. Here's the thing about the collection. The collection is at the ass end of the world in some storage facility, locked up, buried under a bunch of crap that I had to move out of the place I couldn't afford anymore and had to run out of. I didn't run out on a bill, but they didn't give me a very big window to evacuate from. So I don't have a lot of it. I would have to use screenshots and stuff like that and pictures. But I can go through all that stuff and use the pictures and talk about it and things like that. But I think that it loses credibility if you talk about some old product and you don't have that old product in your hand, which I wouldn't in most cases. So that's kind of a thing I considered with it. And I have all that art and that stuff that my uncle gave me that I think is fairly unique, but I don't have the reach to get enough people interested to show it just as yet. Well, right. And okay, educational. I mean, when it comes to gaming, I don't know where I would go with that. I mean, if you want to know about tank calibers and shit, then I'm your guy. Various types of attack helicopter approach, but RPG, not that much. Few things, but I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. Math, the math it takes to play these games. I don't know. Map reading, map making, but not like the kind of map making that, like cartography map making, like mathematics and map making. I can do that. Yeah. Now, and another one was like some of the shit just I can't even grasp. There's one guy that that plays a session, and then he reenacts the session, like does like one of those campaign, you know, chronicles or whatever. But I, he's a very nice man, and he's a very sharp dude. I've conversed with him a couple of times, but I couldn't believe it. He was using puppets, hand puppets, and he's got a fairly strong following. And I was just, I couldn't believe some of the gimmicks that seemed to sell. Um, I'm not doing hand puppets ever, I bring it up because it does seem that some people enjoy, um, campaign chronicles or journals or whatever they call them. But then a lot of people go, TLDR, Um, yeah, the guy was, and I was like, what? He had a, he had a little fucking wizard, like I couldn't believe it. I mean, I can do chronicles, I can write them, I can, you know, talk about them, but fucking hand puppets, I don't even own any, and it just, and I was, that just blew my mind. Um, I wish I could think of the guy's name now, or the stupid handle or whatever he had. I can't think of it. I was just blown away. But and I don't have like an encyclopedic memory. Like the one English guy, he does all these module things, and he'll talk about modules all day long. He said, be like, hey, what's S3, and what are the maps in S3? And he'll like just know them all without even touching a book. He'll tell you the whole plot of every D&D AD&D module ever made. Crazy. He I can't do that. I've got them. I can talk about them, but I can't do that. Uh, but yeah, those are ideas. Got to work on it. I, I do a lot of time sitting in front of this thing, trying to promote by talking on Twitter, and it's probably the most inefficient waste of my time is trying to get people to see my product on Twitter. But I've kind of gotten it addicted. I love the Muppets, but the idea of doing a puppet show about one of my games is not really my thing. I can't really condone that behavior of an adult, um, but he was doing it. Now, how many people were watching? He didn't get many views. He didn't get many likes, um, but he does have some people following. That's the other thing. If you've been around for a long time, your follower count may be artificially high because over the years people follow and then they just stop watching YouTube or whatever. How many of those people are active out of your 2,100? How many people just hit follow on it because they saw D&D, or courtesy follow you because you friended them on Facebook, but they've never watched any of your shit and never will, So I never found follower count to be a strong indicator, but I know that doesn't matter. It only matters if the computer thinks it is. So yeah. Well, the thing with me I mean, I've gotten less and less happy with the whole system, but it's the only place I have any type of following. And I'm afraid to walk away from that or to ignore that. And I keep thinking, hey, you've got 1,500 people watching you. You got to find a way to get these people's attention. They followed you for a good reason. But the fact of the matter is that I've got people who followed me because I used to talk strictly, well, not strictly, but a lot about politics, more so than anything else. And they're being courteous by not unfollowing me, but no doubt they've got me on mute and couldn't give a shit about war games. Veterans of all shapes and sizes typically will follow anybody who says that they're a veteran too, which is nice, but they're also putting me on mute, which doesn't help. That gives you a lesser rating with people if you're on mute, even if you're being muted by followers. I read that. So they think they're being nice and God love them for it, but they aren't. And then other people just don't see much. Like I've said that I go, hey, it's getting frustrating. I'm putting out a lot of content here on Twitter and I'm asking people questions and I never get any replies. And then people who have been following me for months go, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I never see any of your shit. And then I realize I'm being shadow banned. And I keep coming back thinking I'm going to find a way to, that's why you see me. I don't know if you see me doing it. I'm so shadow banned, but I know he's not going to reply. I'm just frustrated. And I go, Elon Musk, and I tag him, when are you going to fix this shit? It's gotten worse since he took over for me. And I'm paying him. But I don't want to give up, because if I give up, then I've got what? Instagram with 7 people who follow me and only 2 of those speak English. I don't want to start over. Picks rocks. Fuck. I think there has to be some understanding that everybody who plays RPG, well, not everybody, but a lot of people who play RPGs are familiar with, comfortable with, or probably were a heavy user of Twitter no matter what, or other social media. Very few people aren't there. And it's not as big as we think. Some people, well, I know you might know, but I think a lot of people perceive the hobby as being more populated than it really is. So part of the reason you don't get a lot of interest is because there isn't a lot of interest comparative to other things. So I think, because like every once in a while I'll get angry and I'll write something about politics, and well, oddly, before the election it got more play, but I would get between 30 and 90 likes and replies for a political comment, and I'd get 3 for a RPG. All right, David, thanks for hanging out. You see a lot of my stuff, but like it, and right, and that's the thing. A lot of people just don't, and I understand. What the fuck do they? They got lives. They're not obligated. But without that, I hear that if you don't get replies, you don't get much in the way of, algorithmic bonuses or whatever that people have to reply to shit, which I think is weird, because if they reply to you and you reply back, the next like you only get 2. If there's 3 replies in the thread, 90% of the time it's blocked by the system. But yet they say if you don't get it, you're not going to get anywhere with it. See, the whole thing is weird. The 2 best tweets I ever had as far as performance was a tweet about the Banana Splits child TV show, and the time I said Americans don't know what football is in other countries, or something about soccer versus football. Those are the two best tweets I ever got. It's for it's just like fuck. I don't know what to do. How does that even make sense? And how does the largest demographic on Twitter is supposedly 18 to 24? How the fuck do they know about the banana splits when that shit was in 1968? Is when it first started. It's as old as me. And I watched it as a young kid in syndication and reruns. Weird. So I don't know, but yeah, I'll just keep trying, and maybe I'll do better if I have a like you said, get a different account that isn't marred by bullshit. So, and I don't know. I don't talk about all the same things. I used to I do retro, but not like I used to, because I stopped getting feedback on it. I finally figured out I was just being shadow banned. So, but I still think probably maybe a website's the best way to go. People still use them, I guess. Everybody's got one that's a company. And just keep, use SEO or whatever to get people at the product. I don't know. I do need to have people play the game. I think people playing the game on live or even on recordings that people can, that would probably be a good thing to do too. To have people. And she was supposed to do a lot of that, Magenta, but she finds this stuff interesting to a degree, but she's kind of a casual, kind of a tourist fan, and the idea of playing, play testing isn't playing, and the idea of doing that doesn't really appeal to her. So I never got her to do that. And she likes to play, but she doesn't like to play in front of a camera or she doesn't want to be recorded. So, and she doesn't know anybody else. She doesn't have a social circle. So, I've never been able to get a party together to do the Paracosmic on live. So, but that's a lot of that too is schedule. People have different schedules and stuff like that. But I think that it would help if people. I assume if people saw it played, right? I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if you can get money talking about drones and shit. I can do that. Yep. I don't know. I was probably having the thing in my hand would help too. But that's why I like the living rule thing or the living campaign thing. Because then, if you got people to play that stuff, now you've got a source of income. What if people were into that? Well, that's what other people see. Now, this is the thing I didn't get because people were saying that to me. For a long time, I did just that. I talked about retro. I talked about wargaming, and I did, like some of the national security and OSINT stuff, OSINT. And it was okay. I did fine. I wasn't setting the world on fire, but I did fine until that BLM riot. That's when I really got pissed in 2020, and they were burning my fucking town or the town next to me. I didn't really live there. I lived in the suburb of it, but they were burning it, and I was really pissed. And I started talking about that and showing people and shit like that, and then all my I stopped getting any reach, and I got suspended and all that stuff, and that ruined it. But before then, I could talk about Pac-Man and then talk about Panzerblitz in the next tweet and be fine. But I don't know. But like, yeah, you're right. It just doesn't seem like it likes. But like, what I see people that are like all 80s, and it could be 80s movies, it could be 80s video games. They seem to do okay, and that's kind of what I was doing with the retro stuff, but it's just mostly video games. But I talked about the movies and things too. But people really liked those. Some of the, I don't know. I've got 3 accounts. I can get at 2 of them. I don't think the second one I've got's any better off. I think I should just get a new phone and make a completely new account and never talk about anything, like you said. Just keep it all about your game and stuff, and don't tell liberals they suck or whatever. That maybe I'll be okay. Yeah, that's a drag though. They say you can have. Well, he changes his mind a lot, Elon. But for a while, they said you could have 10 different accounts. You just, but I never believed that because I was afraid to make them because I thought that they would ban me or call me a spam or whatever. But it says you can make up to 10 accounts. But you can only connect up to 5 at a time. I don't even know what that means. Yeah. Some people say you can have as many as you want. Some people say you can have 5. Some people say you can have 10. I don't know. No, I wasn't monetized. I've never been monetized in any of these places. What what was it? Well, I would get the thing about German government stuff all the time. And then one time I said something about jumping off a cliff. I didn't tell somebody to do it, but it's, I said I feel like doing it. And they some malicious person, did the suicide thing. So they took me off for a couple of weeks because of that. And then somebody had put an archive of all the riot footage they could find from 2020. And there's people saying that none of it happened. So I posted that link, and I didn't even, nobody even saw it. I posted it and I hit send. And as soon as I hit send, apparently they knew about that link's existence or something. And they said 6 months. They took me off for 6 months just for putting that link on. And then after that, hardly anybody saw me. Oh, YouTube hates mixed comments. Well, I've never done any. Let's see. The videos I've made on YouTube have always been about campaigns and conquests or command posts, and they've always been the same. I've never, like 13, 14 years ago, I posted 2 videos about me playing wargaming, and they took those down because I used the patent theme song while I played the slideshow, and they docked me for copyright. And The other one was Star Wars, and I put the Star Wars thing on there, and I got nailed for that too. So, and then I never made another thing for 13 years until I started doing this on YouTube. On Twitter, I I would post all sorts of things from Atari games to uh, commentary about nuclear missiles in Korea and shit like that. It was all over the map. So, but it never really. I got more reach. It was really that thing about Kenosha. When after I posted that link, it got to 6 months. That was it, man. They really docked me, and it never changed. It just always was bad after that. So, it was a little bit better when Elon first came, and I thought, oh, good, he turned all that shit off. But it went right back down after a couple of weeks. Mongoloid. It's almost like I hear this a lot now. It's almost like the people he hired are just like the people that he fired, but there's some manager somewhere that just keeps going, no, you can't be a lefty. You can't censor that anymore or something. Because I see a lot of that with people where they just reverse their decision. But some people say it's just because the AI, it's not the employee doing it's the AI. But it sure the fuck was the employees back when it was whatever that guy's name, the last guy. I was getting hit all the time. The other one I got in trouble for, of all things, I posted a picture of Trump and the GIF from Star Wars that says, "But you were supposed to be the chosen one." And when I posted that, immediately they banned me for a week. Just as soon as I hit the button, it's nope. They weren't going to let me do that shit with the Trump and that thing for whatever reason. So I don't know. Well, just keep trying. Just keep trying. But I think that being able to point to a website, like when I'm doing these lives or these things, would probably be the best thing. Then I can just go get past it. As long as I can get the website in people's ears, have them look at it, go from there. That's the best I can figure out. And the sad thing is, I had a really good website in the past, really good. I was surprised at how good it was, but I wasn't utilizing it at the time like I should, and I wanted to keep it because it was so good. But I was paying $50 a month for it, and I finally had to discontinue the service. And now that company's gone, but they had the best SEO. Man, it was great. Wish I had that now. I wouldn't be having these troubles at all. So, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess I could make like a rule cyclopedia and make the book bigger and just like try to put as much of what I wanted to put into a bunch of separate books into one book. But it'd be a big damn book. I think you can only go as high as 300 pages in most of these places. So that wouldn't work. Or it'd be more than that. Yeah, there was actually some good reasons why I couldn't use it to the max. Personal shit that was going on at the time, but it was the second business website second or third, and the difference between the one I had previously was incredible. This one was extremely. I was getting leads and right away. In fact, I had to refund several people because they were buying stuff that had been put up there that I no longer had and all that stuff. It was great. But the company no longer exists. Can't, and I couldn't afford $50. Right now, this thing I'm using to talk to you is costing me like 20 a month or something like that. And I shouldn't do it, but I don't have any other way to, broadcast. So this is killing me as it is. That's another reason I'm always bitching about Twitter and social media is I know these things. I'm paying $10 a month for Twitter. I should just stop. So I'm paying like 30 or something a month trying to get people's attention, and I'm not getting any attention, any people's attention. And so I'm losing money trying to attract people just to buy things that will make, it's not very financially well thought out. I probably should just continue my blue check on Twitter. I keep it because I'm afraid if I get rid of it, I'll do even worse. But at this point, the only way to go worse is to have no views. So I don't know. But some people say I'm just not tweeting right, but I don't know that I'm doing anything all that different from the past, and the performance is less. So I don't know. And I've got Facebook, but I don't know what the hell to do with that at all. I don't understand how you market a product on that at all. I've got Instagram. I just post the same thing that I post to Twitter there usually. Get a few replies. That's about it. No one talks. So I've got Blue Sky, but that's there's not that. Oh my God. Yeah, that's it. And all that's going to get worse. I saw they wanted to sell mice for the computer that had subscriptions. The whole thing is getting crazy with that shit. Windows wanted to have a subscription operating system. Fuck out of here, man. Hell no. So, yeah, but I pay 20 for the Chat GTP, which at least has some utility, but I just got to find a way to get people to see me. So, and people just say, "Hey, it takes a while." I talked to one guy. He goes, "Dude, you just got to be patient." He says, "I spent months, if not years, largely just playing this game on." He was on Twitch. He says, "It took a long time to get people to see me. I just kept playing, and eventually they started coming in." I said, "Well, I ain't got time. I got to eat tonight." Jesus. I don't know. I watched Delver and the modules he makes. I bet he don't make much money off of that either. So I was thinking about that until I realized, shit, he actually worked for these companies and he's probably not making very much on them. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yep, yep. Well, I got some people that I've been talking to. I don't block everybody. um, but there's this one guy, Wizard Goes Boom. He's I, that's a good one. He's always posting good shit, and I see he's got a YouTube, and I thought maybe, um, God, I got this thing that never stops. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. He just I don't watch his thing anymore, but it always sounded like every time I logged in, it sounded like he was kind of desperate to get some more people through the door, like he needed money and he wasn't getting it. But maybe that was just the way he was talking. But um, you know, I just it I got the weird vibe that he didn't like the way I conducted myself in there, and I wasn't being trolling or anything like that. Somebody said something to the he says, "Well, you were kind of asking people to play in your games, and he felt like you were trying to promote off of his back." And so I said, "Oh, okay, well." Because I was asking for players, but I wasn't asking for players to play in some sort of business deal. I just wanted people to play fucking Star Wars with me because I love it. But I just kind of I got the feeling. And then I made some comment to him about following and following back, and he made a really like what the fuck or who the fuck are you, dude, kind of face. So I was like, okay, he doesn't. I can tell from that reaction he's annoyed by my statement. So I just kind of laid off. So I don't watch him anymore. But he, like I said, he just seemed like he needed to make money. So I don't know. And maybe I need to. For a while, I was doing this late at night because I figured, well, he's going to take all the everybody who plays TTRPG that watches or the YouTube, they're watching him. So no one's going to watch me, so I should do it at some other time of the day. But I don't know what time would be a good time. Yeah, yeah, but isn't that like a year from now? Running out of time. I'm old. But yeah, I'd do that. What do you say that was? March, April, something like that? Sometime in the spring, I think. I wish I had the money to go. That's the other thing. Of course, if I had the money to go to conventions, I wouldn't need to make money to. But going to conventions would be great. I almost went to the ArnieCon, but I couldn't get anybody to give me a ride. Rob said he found somebody that would give me a ride, and then somebody else said that guy didn't want me to ride with him or something. So I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I go do that. Yeah, I kind of missed out on that ArnieCon thing. It might the that artwork stuff that I got from my uncle might be the best thing to do. But I'd have to. What I really want to do is just like get a lot of people to see it. I think that would kind of jumpstart things. It's a couple of paintings. No, no, there's not. There's one, but it's like a 45-minute drive, and the gal who run it's very the funny thing is she's trans, and I don't care that much, but she does, and she never stops talking about it. And most of the people that she hangs out with are too. And for a bunch of people who say that they're all into inclusion, they're not. So, and Magenta knows her, so yeah, so they wouldn't put up with me. And the only other one is Games Workshop, and they if you know all they want you to do is buy their shit and get out. It's Games Workshop, so yeah, it's not. There used to be a ton of that stuff, and a lot of it just died off, and nobody. So unfortunately, that's why I like the online idea that I was talking about. But you can't get anybody to participate. If you could, that'd be a great way to do it. Listen. I swear I'm hearing a voice. Am I going crazy? Like my speakers are. Um, yeah, there are a couple of what they are is at least what they were explained to me as by my uncle who gave them to me is that they were mock up for their actual art paintings. They're signed. I don't remember by who, but they were for covers for projects that got canceled. TSR projects that got canceled. So um, I only looked at them once, and that was a long time ago, and I really don't remember. All I remember is going, "Holy shit! This is on an easel, or this is on a, this is an actual." I thought they were prints, and when I realized they were actual uh, art, I put them in something safe and locked them away. That's right. I was trying, like, where the hell is this coming from? Trying to tell me to put my hands up and where the hell it was coming from. But yeah, they're not like I anyway. There's something from a canceled project, so I think they would garner a lot of attention. I would love to know what from, because he never told me because he didn't. Um, but I figure if somebody like Zeb Cook saw them, they'd be able to tell me. Um, I asked Rob, and he says, "Well, I'll look at it." He says, "But I didn't work there as long as you might think." So yeah, yeah, they're kind of my last resort. So, and maybe I'm there for my last resort, so I should pull them out and see if I can make some money off of them. So that's why I wanted to go to ArnieCon. I figured there was enough old cops. If there was anybody that was older than me, they'd be at fucking ArnieCon, right? So I was going to go there and be like, "Hey, any of you art freaks into this shit?" And then have Rob take a look at it and tell me if he knew anything about it. So I'll write an email to Rob. Um, he is he interacted with me quite a bit on Twitter for a while, and then I said something about Shadow Dark, and apparently he didn't like that because he doesn't interact with me anymore after that. He said, "Is that really a hill you want to die on?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't like what's going on with that shit." No more replies from him. I I didn't think it was that controversial, but I'll write him an email and see what he says, if anything. Yeah, Tracy, that's right. I forgot, and he's following me, and he's from Milwaukee, or at least to live in Milwaukee, at least. So yeah, I totally forgot. I don't need Rob. I can go to him. Yeah, maybe he'll know. But it'd be great to be able to have a story behind it. It would more likely to have people buy it if they know what it's from. And there may be two, but yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought, what if I could get three figures for this thing or something, or for both, three figures for each, and then I'm okay. Now I've got something to play with. So that would change everything. But maybe I'm just think it's silly because maybe that's too much. I don't know. Maybe they're not very much. Here's the thing about my uncle, and I ain't saying this in a bad way, but he was pretty good at knowing what of that stuff was worth the most. And while he gave me a lot of it as a gift to try to jumpstart a business, he also cherry picked a lot of shit out of there that could have been worth a lot of money that I knew. Like he had one of the only PC games TSR made themselves, and he had a box for it. He had one copy of it, and he says he took that out. Took that out. He goes, "Here's all your stuff," but he took that out because he knew how much that was worth, and he wanted to make that money himself because he really liked that kind of rummage sale type of stuff, and it was his property. So I'm not, but I don't know. Maybe these won't be as worth as much as I think. So I don't know very much about art. I don't even know if hell, it may be a drawing for all I know. It may not even be an easel. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it might be a drawing. I don't know. I mean, it could be anything because Tony worked with them every damn day. There wasn't very many years of TSR that he wasn't right. I think he came to them in 74, 75, and stayed with them as a customer. Well, they were a customer of his, is what it was, but all the way up into the 90s until Watsy bought it. Oh, like, yeah. So it could be from any era, but we'll see. At the very most, I would think that would get a lot of attention if I could get people's, hey, this is going to be shown and all that. So I was even thinking of doing it like like Al Capone's vault type of thing, and just be like, I don't even know what it is. I just know it's a painting. It's from TSR. Just pulling it out and be like, what do you think it is? How much will you give it for me? But it might be better to find out what it is first before I show it to the masses. But I originally wanted to go to Gen Con. When I first got the stuff, I always wanted to go to Gen Con in Indianapolis and put it in the art auction. But I just never had time to go down there. And now, after COVID, I'd rather run through the fires of hell than go to that place. Yeah. But plus, I couldn't have. I don't have a car to do it if I wanted to. But it's icky. I went to Gen Con Indy 2 or 3 times, and it wasn't very fun when it first came to Indianapolis. I didn't really like it anyway. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I know I looked at it, but God, that was a long time ago, and I don't remember. But yeah, we'll find out. It's probably like I say, knowing Tony, it's probably not top shelf, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but anyway, we'll see. So I don't know. It wouldn't be a Frazetta, but it'd be nice if it was, because I sure like to have another conversation with Sarah. I could talk to that girl about art all day long, or anything else. But yeah, I'll pull it out. And there's some other stuff in there too. There's some other gaming print pieces and things like that. They probably aren't worth as much or worth anything. Maybe they're just worth interest, but I thought I'd show all that to people. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would. Um, the last guy I talked to, oh God, about going there, he was clear. Oh, they were so snotty. So I think my days, and that's another reason why I talk about the living campaigns and doing the stuff online, because for me, that's the closest thing I'm sure I'll ever get to reliving, the convention scene of the past, because these things today, shit. I've seen pictures. I wouldn't want any part of it. It wasn't that bad in Indy when I went. It's just seemed like this is Gen Con in a shitty venue. It's all the same stuff, just in a horrible place. Yeah, she's a nice gal, and I did at conventions in the past. I've run into her and all that. Yeah, and she's a looker, so I wouldn't mind having that conversation again, or anyone she wants. Yeah, she's cute, but she's probably not into this. But oh well. Yeah, isn't he one of them guys that was sitting on? I mean, I didn't have I never conversated with him. He did send me a DM about buying his stuff, and I said, "Boy, I really am tight, but it's only $7 maybe." But then I looked at that one stream with that Patty guy, and I said, Isn't he one of them on there bad mouthing me?" Those guys were out of control with that shit. But you know, he's never invited me to the Discord that I remember. I've got my own, but it's a fucking mess. See, the other problem is I couldn't get anybody to tell me what, like they said, when I made a second account and went onto that Discord and saw how it responded to people when they joined. No wonder no one's using it. It's all fucked up. I didn't understand how to set it up, so I got to set it up better so it makes sense when people come in, and I could use my own. I don't have the $99 to pay for it right now. It'd have to be free, but maybe for Christmas I'll get it for but I've got several channels on there I could use. Yeah, I watched Joe and Randy play it with him, and they seem like they're having fun. It reminded me of like Space Hulk, but with fantasy stuff, which is fine. But I thought he was one of those guys that was saying that I didn't know what I was doing or whatever that one time over Star Wars. I watched that video and I thought, you guys, why would you do that? So they weren't exactly upfront about what really happened there. So, but they weren't. They were sure harsh. It's the worst game he played for 3 days. He came back 3 times because it was that bad. So, yep. I thought he was one of those guys that was doing that. But I haven't played it. I haven't ponied up for it yet. I'd probably get some of these people to be more friendly if I bought their stuff, but I don't have the money to buy their stuff. If they want to send me a copy to test or something or to review, I could do that. Yeah. I don't want shit for free, but if you feel like giving it to me for free to review it, I'll take it. No. So yeah, I know. I did what I all I know is I watched it on a Joe Biggest Geek is for a while, and it looked fun. Everybody was having fun. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention. I was spending most of the time chatting with other people, but it looked like a blast. But Joe and Randy make everything look fun. Randy's really upbeat. I don't know if you know those guys, but they're pretty cool. And he's usually a pretty upbeat guy. He makes everything look good, especially Randy. He's really energetic and fun. So, but I don't watch their stuff anymore because it never comes up on my feed, and I don't know when they're doing it. But they were the other ones that I thought had a way to, like promote and publish. And I thought maybe I'd look at their stuff, but look at this shit. These people make pot. I should start doing this. I'm not on Spotify. I'm not on Apple, Podbean, Listen Notes. There's all these podcast places I should probably do. I don't do any of that. Weird. Yeah, see, they haven't done anything since the 17th of September. Weird. Well, and then they got stuff here. Shit. Some of these people. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus, it's been 4.5 hours. Well, thanks for hanging out. I saw you playing, Discord tells me what people are doing. I saw you playing the NES emulator. I got to try that stuff that you sent me. All right. I'll give you a report on it. Thanks, man. Talk to you.